the nature of the human race is that the human race has always believed it's known everything. Even the cavemen thought they had it all figured out, and they knew everything there was to know about everything, because that's where mythology came from. It's constructing some kind of context for the unknown.
It's so dense. Every single image has so many things going on.
It's irresistible. He's certainly the coolest, most rock and roll looking god that I have ever seen.
I would have waited an eternity for this.
Hello, and welcome to Superliterary Encounters. I'm joined here by my my co-readers, Kenetril, Scaled of Heliotrope.
Hello.
Alphaquan, Scaled in Steel. Maxu, Amethyst of Scale. And I am your host, Maryigath, Scaled in Mercury. Today, we'll be covering Book 5, chapters 46 to 49. And next time we're intending to do, I think, the middle part of Book 5, and then in a few weeks from now, we're going to finish off Book 5. We already have some people in the chat. We have I'm Reventus, sorry. Hello, Darth Sidious, good to see you. And Anakin Solo, hello there, welcome. So, Book 5, first impressions. Let's start with you, Kenetril. What did you think?
Oh, I thought it was very good.
What stood out to you? I'm going to push you on this.
That's a good question. There's so much.
Hold on. Did anyone just get a lag spike there?
No.
I will. Okay. The stuff that I thought was particularly interesting was a lot of the references in the Earthworld chapters. This book.
Yes.
A lot of the references I caught, and I thought they were wholly interesting.
Yes.
There's two in particular we'll get to. Yeah, that I liked.
Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about those Earthworlds references because they're strong in this one. Hello, Dr. Royce Crater. We have one of our esteemed editors with us. Yes, you managed to get your Chubies in on time for this one. Needless to say, we also have been looking forward to this. Alphaquan, how about you? What's your first impressions of Book 5? At least the first part of it.
To be completely honest, I did struggle a little bit with this one. Busy week. So I've been a little bit distracted. However, there were a lot of highlights, especially later on with the stuff with specifically with Typhagem and Hidden Pillith. That stuff.
Pitham. Yeah. Yes, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, a lot of highlights, but I'm probably be playing the dumb guy more than usual this session.
It's okay. We're gonna replace you with Prince Ingersoll. Maxu, how about you?
Okay, so I think Book 5 might be my favorite so far. Oh, there's Yggdrasil there. But yeah, I think Book 5 might be my favorite so far. I have so many notes on it already, and there's just so many cool little connections that I absolutely adored. And it kind of starts off with a bang. It's like. I feel like this book is really like the territory of the gods. It's really, really cool, and I'm excited to get into it.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah. And hello, Iron Inquisitor. Always good to see you.
Hello, Iron.
Hey, Iron.
I see Anakin Solo's here.
Anakin Solo's here. Hopefully, he survives the stream and doesn't. Doesn't.
I thought Anakin died on Mercury.
Yeah, die like he does on Merkur. So we start off Book 5 on, I believe, page 412, and it starts off with a couple quotes. But I really wanted to just highlight this. I know it's a little small, but if you look closely, it's like kind of a Cthulhu-esque, like Typhagem figure fighting a crystal rider. I want to say, I don't know. It's a crystalline entity.
Yeah. I think it is like the Crystal Riders that are prominent in this.
And we're going to be talking about them. But the quote, it says, "This is a galaxy of war unending. Such is its nature. There may be other galaxies upon which other principles are based, but ours is founded on war games. The Book of Unspeakable Words by High Priestess Vuden, Idelist. And if you look in the endnotes, I believe this was rejigged from another quote. I don't recall which offhand, but I thought it was just very fitting, right? Galaxy of War, because it really is Star Wars. And a lot of people always ask. I mean, I know I've asked in the past, like, how can this, like, especially during the main parts of the Legends timeline, how can like they constantly be at war, or how is their constant strife? Well, it's Star Wars, right? It's not Star Peace.
Yeah.
I think that's
Star Peace.
well, I'm
Leave
just
that
saying,
to the Star Trek guys. They can have that.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. So, I mean, I thought that was really cool. There's also another quote there as well, but that one really stood out to me. So book 5 starts off at the end of book 4. We talked about last time. There was the end of the first of the 3 cosmic wars,
Nice.
the Empyrean War. Book 5 starts at the beginning, or sort of like starts laying the groundwork for the next of the 3 cosmic wars, the War of the Temporal Planes. Also, I believe referred to as the Interdimensional Wars, as it was known to some. And that the reason for that different name becomes clear very early on. But we're told right at the beginning that as the months and years passed, Telotni did not declare Sky River for her own. So even though we left her off, she had vanquished the what we know as the ancient ones, or the immortal gods of the Sith, or at least seemingly vanquished them from Sky River. She has not declared the galaxy of her own, because, as we found out, Telotni learned something last time.
Telotni learns a lesson.
So what did you guys think of Typhagim's plan? Because really, I think the crux of the War of the Temporal Planes is Typhagim. Like, he's the one who kind of causes it, because essentially, in essence, he wants to rip a hole into space-time and travel through the interdimensional gates to different universes. I think he is kind of shown the way by Uradril, because Uradril and his crew of Waru cubes are kind of always meddling in things. We see on page 414, he tells Typhagim about the mysterious crystal riders who could enter and exit different realms at will. And he says, perhaps with one such as these, you might find and conquer the dimensions. We are content as we are, but for one such as you, know that beyond these stars lie other galaxies, worlds, and beings. And they don't care. Like, after that, they all floated off. It says, floated off through the portal to Hafren, where they would enrich themselves in the juices of the devoted, which is an amazing line.
I love that on 413 they like telepathically project into Typhagim's mind, and they just sit there and laugh at him.
Yes.
I love that. And he's like, do that again, and I will remake your gilded shields into ovens for your entrails.
I love that part.
I love that.
Such a great line.
And they're just laughing.
Yeah. Well, nothing can faze them, right? This is interesting.
No.
Everyone in Star Wars is dead. Yeah, well, as Luke Skywalker
You're
tells
one to
us,
talk, Anakin.
Nothing is ever truly gone, I want to say. There's also on page 415, there was a reference to the Shadow Stone from Ewok lore and the Ewok show lore, which I thought was really cool. And we also learned very early on that Gorog actually controls or has access to the Shadow Stone. And we're going to find out sort of what the Shadow Stone is, I think, a little later on. But now, now that the hello, no worries. Hopefully you can catch the archive later on and let us know your thoughts. Always a pleasure to see you, good sir. But I was going to say, now that the immortal gods of the Sith are out of the picture, Typhagim kind of has, nobody standing in his way. And I guess my question to all of you is, do we think that Typhagim's still kind of helping them, or is he just his goals are the same as theirs?
He's absolutely on the side of the dark powers, obviously.
For sure. No doubt. Yeah.
But as with all dark, beings, and those of the dark side, they're always out for their own ends. You know, like they don't work together. As hard as they try, it always ends in disaster and infighting. So Typhagem, I'm sure obviously wants the to rule the galaxy as his own. To rule all of the planes as his own, and he wants to go to like the unseen realm and destroy the
Right.
Celestials because they are in his way of doing that, of course. When he mentions on 415, like not like once he has his throne secured, like not even now could thwart him, and then it says that that left the Celestials as his greatest threat, and he vowed with foul execrations to storm their domain and destroy them. So Typhagem is definitely like, I would say, obviously we know he allied with the the dark powers, but I feel like he might want to like use them just as like a means to an end, and then obviously he's not going to be a servant forever.
He's kind of pulling an Eric Cartman. He's throwing a fit, and I'm going home. This place is lame.
Yeah. Yes.
Just find a new place to make terrible.
Like Darth Sidious, like, he's the apprentice of Plagueis, and Plagueis had this idea of like having like a partnership with him, but Palpatine was like, no, I'm not doing that, and he killed him. He wasn't content to be a servant, and I don't think Typhagem would either.
I think that's actually a really apt comparison with Darth Sidious. Yes, he is a useful idiot to them. Well, that's the thing, is like Typhagem has such a overblown sense of his own self. I think later on in the book we talk about, well, hopefully we talk about how, I think he learns the truth about himself, and he's like, lies. It's, he can't handle the fact that he's a kind of like a derivation of a derivation, right? Darth
and that's
Sidious,
like the thing with the dark side.
Yeah.
That's like a thing with the dark side, is that they always have like their overblown like ego and sense of themselves,
Yeah.
So
for sure. And so at the end but basically what happened at the end of book 4 was the immortal gods of the Sith, or at least 6 of them, incarnated, right? They kind of took over 6 vessels and became manifest in the Sky River galaxy, but Telotni destroyed their forces and blew up their corporeal forms. I would venture to say they're not gone, but their plans, at least for now, have been thwarted, and maybe not even that, but at least that's what it appears, for what we know where we are in the text, right? We don't know for certain.
And at the end, they're like, well played, like small princess, and then he's like, we'll see you again, something like that.
Right.
So I don't think
I
we've
thought
seen
it
the
was
last of it.
No, definitely not. I thought it was interesting. On page 415 and 416, we learn about how Geonosis became the way that it is.
Oh yeah,
yes, that was very cool.
Yeah, so it's Typhagem tried to he redirected a comet out of its trajectory to collide with the planet's largest moon. The cataclysmic fallout wiped out huge numbers on both sides, leaving the world arid and burnt for long years. The Greedle and those races who could live underground, Holt survived deep in the planet's interior. The Night Queen, I guess, who calls the Greedle part of her own, would have no proof of her siblings' treachery. So that's Gorog, of course. But ever there were whispers upon her vast web that, Typhagem was behind this. Here, it's interesting because in Lovecraft, Cthulhu is just a priest of the great old ones, like Typhagem. He's way lower on the hierarchy than you think, but he seems to be fine with his position. Yeah, and that's true. And later on in book 5, they actually call Typhagem the Great Priest, both words in capitals. So that's I think a cool reflection of the Lovecraftian background. And Typhagem definitely has these big ambitions. What a great, cool entity in the Star Wars universe, though. I love Typhagem.
Yeah.
Even if he is a bit of a
going
punk.
after the Celestials, though, he's got some big choobies.
He definitely, yes.
Going after the Celestials like that.
Oh, it's challenge the gods themselves, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, to be fair, after War, of course, he's got the best design of the old ones. He's
It's
the
true.
coolest.
Yeah,
Outside
yeah,
of War, of course.
okay, yeah. I mean, now's just like goop, and then like Gorog's just like a giant bug. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah. It still like shocks me how Urudril has a face. It has like a mouth and two
Oh yeah,
eye
it's
sockets.
this cube guy.
So Typhagem starts to play around with crystals, and the shattered shards, known as that, we learn a bit about the, I can't even pronounce this word, Kixoni crystals.
Yeah,
Sounds
it looks
dangerously
like
close to Filoni. Filoni crystals.
the floating crystals.
The Kixoni crystals, we're told, have an effect on Typhagem, though. It says that something remained wrong with him ever after, a kind of crepuscular madness that crept into his mind and became more dominant as time went on.
Oof.
So, yeah, definitely changed him. Yes, Ngal is definitely a highlight in the way that he speaks. I have Mungle. I would say also, Alex might be joining us later. Actually, I would say also, I'm a big fan of Splendid App. Really, all of the architects and the way that they speak to one another, I think, is just a highlight for me in these books.
I've really grown to love those designs. Like when I first read that comic, I was like, these are dumb. But having now like seen them as characters, I'm like, oh no, those are sweet designs.
Yeah,
I just love I love Tlotny. She's like my favorite of the architects, and like they always like say how she like floats around in space, and I just imagine her just like floating around like all gracefully, like when she's bored, you know.
Yeah, I do have a soft spot in my heart for Tlotny, and I think that she is potentially the most relatable, considering that Splendid App is very kind of removed and apathetic, or at least was for a large extent of the book, and Cole Dandelion is a madman.
Yeah, and then I know Typhagem considers her to be like the strongest of them after learning what she did to the immortal gods.
Yeah, and just to go back to the Kixoni crystals, I just want to explain sort of how they came about. So, Typhogen, he drove the intense temperatures of Kixoni high enough to go supernova. The metals and minerals of its nearest world fused into scarlet crystals, and this caused the Kix and the Sparks, who were natives, to flee. But he didn't really care. He just, he wants to get his crystals so that he can pierce the interdimensional veil and I don't know what, challenge the very gods themselves, storm the gates of heaven, so to speak. Because that's what it sounds like to me, right?
Yeah.
It's like that meme of the little tiny stick figure screaming at the giant dude.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, this is not going to go well.
On page 417, we learn a bit more about Typhogen's plan. We're told that the Gree would know how to pierce the interdimensional veil, but they would die before giving up the secret. Of course, they created hypergates, right? So, of course, they would know how to.
Yeah.
Typhogen, we're told that his quest would be discovered, and attempted to stop his forces from attaining a transdimensional gate would become known as the War of the Temporal Planes. So, again, that's sort of what kicks it off, is people find out what he's up to and try to oppose him. And in regards to, I think the Kixoni episode, I think this is Gorog who says this. You have destroyed many homes of the elementals, Scion of Typhon. That Scion of Typhon was interesting. That he's called that. Was that Gorog or was that somebody else? It was Cole Dandelion? Yeah, okay. I remember it was one. Yeah, okay. And it says it appears that one struck back, right? Apparently, we also find out in footnote 116 that a stash of Kixoni crystals were smuggled by Chaldean scientists to the remnant of Sethan wizards, who implanted them into their brains in order to gain greater psionic abilities before discovering starstones on Basut. So whenever I hear Sethan wizards, I think of people from Naboo, right? Because that's Seth.
And Scarecrow.
Yeah. I think to a large extent, Chapter 46 is broken down amongst the various crystal riders. So we're told, I'm just going to list them off. There's Orax, Cadavra, Genishim, Taspan, and then there's the two Carnel and Cornus that kind of go hand in hand. And just to give you an idea of sort of what they look like, or at least the form that they can take on. I believe this is a picture. It might be of Cadevra, if I'm not mistaken. But that's a crystal rider, sort of.
Based.
So there. That is right. Yeah, the left-handed god, as he's known. And hello, welcome, Jesse. Good to see you.
Hello.
Go back to my notes. Yes. There was also a very interesting, and there's a ton of lore that we're going to get into on this side. How familiar are the rest of you, Ken, Al, Max, with the Dark Crystal?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Okay.
That's. I was going to ask because I know that, and then Willow, I think, also ties in somewhere. Maybe
Yeah,
I've not seen either
Willow
video.
references.
Isn't David Bowie in Dark Crystal?
That's
No,
the Labyrinth.
he's in Labyrinth, and
Oh,
actually.
Oh, sorry. All right, I'm gonna get crucified in the comments for that.
That's okay. Labyrinth. There is, I believe, a Labyrinth reference later on, and we will get to it. And I jumped out of my. I had like 4 posters in my room growing up. Like one was like a Star Wars poster, one was like David Bowie's Labyrinth. So it's very important to me, that movie.
One of my favorite memories as a kid was my sister and I. My sister was way older than me, so she took me to Pizza Hut to get a pizza, and then she took me to Blockbuster to pick up Labyrinth, and we hung out and ate pizza and watched Labyrinth all night. So that was one of my happiest memories with my sister.
It was one of the last Blu-rays that I bought. I don't even buy physical media, at least in the form of DVDs anymore, unless I really, really want it, and I think they're gonna like take it off the streaming service. But Labyrinth was one of the last few that I bought. I just love that movie.
That reminds me. That's what I got my sister for Christmas last year. Was that Blu-ray plus a Pizza Hut gift card?
Wow! So, look at you! What a softie you are, Al. What a great present.
Wow.
But we're told on page 418, and again, we're going to get back to Dark Crystal lore, but offspring shards from, I believe, Orax were safe under the protection of the Urskeks. Now, the Urskeks are very important in Dark Crystal lore. Oh, text of the Third Order from Willow. Okay, so that's interesting to know. Yeah, and I think there's like some Shadow War references later on in the chapter, but sorry, not in the chapter. Yeah, later on in the chapters that we're going to discuss. But I'm not as familiar with the Shadow War Chronicles. I don't own them. I tried to buy them off of Christopher Nelson, but apparently it would be too costly to ship to me. So I have to figure out other ways to get them. On page 419, we learned that Coldan assigned an app implanted 13 they're called shadow demons. I think they're basically like life forces drawn into crystals on planets, but instead of having like any type of good effects, they just kind of deteriorate the planets. And there's also, I don't know if you caught this, Max, there's a reference to Bardata on page 419.
Yeah. Bardata, that's kind of, there's like a
High Republic,
that, and then the 2-episode arc in season 6 of the Clone Wars with Mace Windu and Jar Jar.
They go to Bardata. Yeah. I was thinking of oh god, what's his name? He's like the swordsman. Porter Engle, the Blade of Bardata. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, from the High Republic. Yes, and the Fairy Queen Chendra. We are going to get to her later on.
Now, one of these was
also on page 419 and 420. Sorry, Al, were you gonna say something? No.
Oh no, I was jumping ahead. Sorry.
No, there is references to the Silentium and the Abominor.
Yes,
which I thought were very cool.
And Metatrons, which, because I cannot read, I first thought was Megatrons, and I was like, oh. And then I was like, oh no, I'm done. Never mind.
Well, I thought that name was interesting, Metatron, because Metatron is like, of course, I believe an angel. It's like the voice of God in many different mediums. So I thought that was kind of interesting, Metatron. I don't know that that's what they were getting at, but in any event, that's what they're called. This is, I see. This is exactly why I still buy physical media. because Disney erased it, and now I don't know how one would access the Willow series, despite how terrible it might be, by any legal means, because it's completely gone.
Oof.
We're told about the origins of the Abominor, so basically this is where the Metatrons come into play. But so the Muabin, I believe, are the progenitor race of the Seletia. Or sorry, Seletia is the planet. Silentiums. The Muabin are sort of like their parent race.
And that's Fufi Ra, right?
Vufi Ra is a Silentium, yeah, from the Lando Calrissian trilogy. One of the best droids in the galaxy. Almost gives Q9 a run for his money. Almost. But so we were told on page 420, the Muabin had learned what the Silentium were constructing and urged them to cease production. Explain the dangers that such abominations would unleash if they ever broke free. Disappointed, she settled on a world called Ilum, where the Gree were endeavoring to study the curious Adagan crystals that grew in its caves and remained hidden for a time. Very cool. Shout out to the Adagan crystals. In the depths of Seletia, however, the Metatrons were already alive and secretly continuing where the Silentium had left off. The wrathful and devious constructs expanded their stature, adding bits and pieces to themselves until they were a fearful sight to behold.
So just to be clear, the evil Metatrons combine to form Abominor.
Would later be called thus the hope of Orax, that's the her I mentioned earlier, the Crystal Rider, and the Silentium manifested as a sinister form of life that would later be called the Abominor.
And the Abominor are, well, we learn later that they transfer over to a companion galaxy, and they do get into a bit of a tussle with the Yuzon Vong at some point in history.
That's right. Well, yeah, I think the Silentium and the Abominor go to war in the Yuzon Vong galaxy, and that's why they have hatred of droids, right?
Yeah, and then the Yuzon Vong just kill all of them.
Isn't the Great Heap is involved in the Yuzon Vong conflict somehow?
Well, the Great Heap is an Abominor.
Yeah, that's what I have.
And he or they or it appears in the Droids TV show,
which I really liked as a kid and rewatched like 2 years ago, and it was something. It happened.
I've always been a big fan of the Ewoks show myself, so I think it's better than Droids, but Alex will disagree with me. It's too bad he's not on here to disagree with me in person. What is Tales from Vandor? Tell me more, because that is interesting. On page 422, we get into the we get into the Arbrins, and we're told that they have offspring races: the Hujiban, the Kushiban, the Gerban, the Rishban, the Lepiban, and others.
The Hujibs.
Yeah, footnote 118 says, today they are more commonly known as Hujibs, Kushibs, Gerbs, Ru, and Lepi. So basically like little forest creatures.
Yeah. And
right?
The Kushiban, that's Ikrit.
Yes. Well, Ikrit, yes. Yeah, the Kushiban. And Hujibs, of course, from the Marvel comics.
The best.
Here elsewhere, yeah.
The best Marvel original species. Well, Zeltrons. Nah, the Hujibs. It's all about the Hujibs in this episode.
I'm not as familiar with the Gerbs and the Ru, but then the Lepi, of course, are
Jackson.
Rabbit. Yeah, Jackson. Yeah, the rabbit race.
I like that for certain species, it's Jacksons and Urus rather than Lepis and Selegians. But
right, that's right. Star Wars offers something for everyone, I would say. Also on page 422.
So speaking of Lepis.
Oh, is that the Jackson Black Series?
I've still yet to pick that up.
Yeah.
I need to.
Yeah, I had to bring him up. We talked in any mention of Jackson, I have to bring him up.
I was gonna start sharing my Max Rebo action figure as well, but he's an Orderlin, so it doesn't count.
Ooh, yeah.
So I almost want to look up Arbrins because I'm having trouble. Oh, here we go.
I don't remember if they even came up in the Marvel series. They had to.
I believe so. They're from issue 67 of the 1977 Marvel series. So I'm gonna share screen with you because I thought this was very funny. It's open image in new tab. There we go.
He'll watch over the stream.
Chewie is just
Oh my
launching
god.
one. Yeah, that's an Arbron. Yeeting him, yeah.
Yeah, he's
eating him into the sun.
Wow.
He's gone.
Oh my god.
He's like,
They must not weigh that much.
yeah. Like, well,
Chewie
I mean,
was
it
not
is,
friendly in that series. He was
Chewbacca.
real mean
yeah.
in the Marvel comics.
They're a civilization which lived on Arbra, circa 25,100 BBY during the days of Zim the Despot.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That's a cool little. I didn't catch that the first time.
very well. This is from the Wook.
Oh. That's why.
Yeah. So there you go. Interesting lore. We do know that the Sith, we're told also on page 422, that the Sith arrive, at the Arbrans planet, and the Arbrans pretend to bow to colonization. 3 nights hence, as the lascivious sorcerers sat themselves down to a lavish victory feast, as being the Sith sorcerers, bedecked as kings with precious jewels and gems, the Arbrams secreted a special extract known only to them into their invaders' wine, placing them under a deep soporific influence. Once accomplished, they signaled to the Nitocris, and of course the Nitocris are Gorog's forces, hidden deep in the underground passages and caves. The Nitocris swarmed upon the mesmerized Sith with rending claws and sharp mandibles. After every last bit of their flesh and gristle was consumed, the chamber was sealed off. While Gorgodons yet roam the vast underground caverns, it is said that their jeweled skeletons yet sit there to this day. Can you imagine?
Man.
Sorry, we have Jesse says that I believe Tales from Vandor is a solo tie-in, like Ray's Survivor Guide. Oh, interesting. It's written as an in-universe book. It's random lore stuff and stories that kind of bring back some of the mystery of Han's last name. That's kind of cool. Yeah, they tried to getting Solo from the Recruiter. That's kind of cool. I should check that out. Anything Vufi Ra or L. Neil Smith related, I'm a big fan of. But the Arbrans, so in this section, the Arbrans, we're talking about one of the other Crystal Riders, Kadevra, and we're told that they betrayed Kadevra to Gorog. Ooh. So while the Arbrans wept at their grievous act of betrayal, Kadevra fought back against the infestation of unrelenting Nitocris, utilizing her crystal offspring to defend her. To no avail, because she is taken by Gorog. I would say that for the Arbrans, they decide to check on their offspring races, and they see that things aren't going so well. We're told on page 423. Well, that's what happens when you leave them to their own devices. Alex tells us he might join at the end, so hopefully he'll be able to join. And of course, then on page 424, when the Arbrams learned of these events, they grieved anew and cursed the day they'd given up the jewel of Arbra, that being Kadevra. Because Kadevra was basically, I think, went to them and was kind of bestowing boons on them, like good things on them. Let me just see if I can pull up the passage itself. And that's sort of that picture that I showed earlier in the stream. So proudly did the Arbrans boast of the blessings of the jewel of Arbra had bestowed on them. So Kadevra was helping them out, but then they basically betrayed her to Gorog so that Gorog would protect them from the coming of the Sith, which sucks. And they regretted it afterwards. Hello. Hopefully you can join us later.
Hey. Hi, Alex.
We're also told that the war effort had not been going as well as desired for Gorog. The treachery of an elder daughter, Ara of Etheria, it sounds like a Dark Souls boss, who claiming to have found wisdom, made a pact with the Celestials and departed the Great Black Nest. So, not everything's going great for Gorog, but she does get Kadevra.
Yeah.
and we're told sort of what happens to Kadevra, and this, of course, brings me back to what I had mentioned earlier in the stream about the Shadow Stone. So on page 424 to 425, Gorog snaps off all of Kadevra's dangerous spines. So I think in that picture that I showed before, you could see that she was quite spiky. She smoothed her surface. Such a prize must be handled delicately with care and even love. A quality her siblings, those being the other old ones, lacked. To all others, she was simply called the Stone of Shadow. Thargorograt spoke her name, Kadevra, only in private, and as the years passed, she kept her ever near, whispering spine-chilling secrets and monstrous tales to her, all the while weaving intricate incantations of comfort, pleasure, and affection upon her, so that by the end of the War of the Temporal Planes, the Jewel of Arbra came to love its captor. That's kind of demented.
Yeah.
Wow. Freaky.
And then she
I
hides the. I just want to say she hides the Shadow Stone afterwards, because she doesn't want Typhagem to gain hold of it and use it to pierce the veil.
Yeah. And then I just wanted to point out on 424, there's a little mention of Bartoks, and then in Young Jedi Knights Book 4, they fight the Bartok assassins on Hapes. So
that's so cool.
Really cool.
I didn't even catch that.
Yeah.
But that might be because I haven't yet read lightsabers.
You've never read
talking
lightsabers?
about, right?
Like 2-3
years remember I left off after the Shadow Academy. I have to get back to it.
Yeah, no.
Lightsabers is the one I love making fun of the most, because it's when Luke is completely irresponsible.
Oh,
it's my favorite. I also love making fun of it the most.
It's like letting kids play with swords. What did you think was going to happen?
That's my favorite.
So dumb. I love him.
Do you remember, Jesse, what the other name for the black goo was? I might have missed it, or I do have it in my notes buried somewhere. I will say that for Book 5, Part 1, I have almost as much notes as I did for Book 4, Part 3, just because it's, again, so dense. And there's a ton in it. It's hard to capture.
It's the Cosmonium, I think.
Is it the Cosmonium? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we had mentioned that last time, too, or someone in the chat had mentioned that last time, about the Cosmonium being the black goo. And that's what they use to make offspring races, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, Cosmonium. And Ken, I assume we can link that to
Xenomorphs. Yeah, they come from the Cosmonium.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's if you watch Prometheus, you'll see what I guess would be considered that black goo.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what used maybe to create humanity?
Yeah.
Yeah. In Prometheus, not in Supernatural Encounters. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I love this exchange between Gorog and Typhagem. I think it's on page 425. Max, do you want to read it for us? It starts with "Your despotic rule." Just that one line.
Your despotic rule does not accord with my plans. Go and seek out the necromantic ones to whom you gave your allegiance. Go fight with Tuluku, your rival. Perhaps their ghosts yet haunt the outer void.
So she tells him to go screw himself, and
get off my porch and get a job, Typhagem.
Stop leeching off others. Do your own thing.
Yeah.
Now is like in jail. He's like in prison, and then just like
that's right.
The other,
my God,
Urudril and his cohorts are chilling. Yeah,
they're all. Oh, that's sad. Well, not Gorog. She's thriving.
But where's Horlus in all this?
And his ilk. Urudril and his ilk are vibing.
Yeah, they're what are they, like, feasting on juices or whatever, right? No worries,
they're
man.
Out there, they're vibing.
Yeah, I know. You live on the other side of the continent. So then on page 425, we start talking about the crystal rider Genishim. And this is where the dark crystal comes in. But before we get there, I did see a reference to the Sill on Nam Korios, which I believe are maybe offspring of Genishim or something along those lines. But that's cool because the Sill are mentioned in Planet of Twilight. They play a big role in Planet of Twilight. And of course, and you don't really even know what they are until the end of the book. And then, of course, come back in Fate of the Jedi Conviction, where Luke and Ben and Vistara travel to Nam Korios and relive the greatest hits of Barbara Hambly's work. That's right. Yeah, Horlus. We'll find out what happens to him a little later on. I think I saw his name later. I think I saw a chapter named after him, which I don't want to spoil the name of because it's really good. Actually, whatever, I will. Horlus throws shape. He's going to throw his own shape eventually. So on page 425 and 426, we get into the Dark Crystal lore. We're told that Jenishim, she reached deep into the world's largest mountain, touching minds with the wild but still serene elementals. I guess I didn't really pick up on this or appreciate until book 5, but every planet has its own like elemental or star dragon or something that lives inside of it, or maybe the star dragon lives inside the star, but every planet has like its own elemental spirit of some kind. So the planet, the planet is called Thra, right? And that's the planet in the Dark Crystal. So in order to form a shape into which she imbued a good part of her insight, vigor, and empathy, generating a consciousness that would maintain harmony amongst the peoples and the flora and the fauna, she would be called Aughra. I'm going to just throw up a picture of Aughra. She is both in the Dark Crystal movie and in Dark Crystal. Yeah, no worries. Got to eat.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Age of Resistance, which is the prequel show, and explains sort of how the world comes to be as we see it in the Dark Crystal, with the Gelflings being practically an extinct species at that point. So this is Aughra in all of her glory.
Oof. Now that's a puppet, right?
Oh my god!
That's what I call.
She's actually a very funny and chill character most of the time. She's almost like she's like a Yoda almost, but in like the Dark Crystal verse.
Oh my! It's a very interesting character design.
That's my kind of characters. I love me some puppets.
So then Orax, who was the first.
What about the Phantom Menace Yoda puppet?
That's my favorite Yoda.
That Yoda, that Yoda
no,
looked busted. It looked busted. The Phantom
That's
Menace
the
Yoda.
best Yoda. That's the best Yoda. He looks amazing. He's my favorite.
No
he looks like garbage.
He's your favorite because he looks like garbage? I respect it.
Yeah.
I respect
He's so bad.
Okay.
I love him.
So basically Aughra in the Dark Crystal, she has this like I don't know what do they call it here, like an aurorium or something like that. It's like a not orrery maybe, but she can look at the stars, right? And so she uses she uses that. It says that we're told that she sings to Orax, who is her crystal rider companion or sister, across the stars, conveying their love and bond with a song that harmonized so powerfully with the vibrations of the wills, the flow of the force, and the numinous notes of the ancient lost chord, that a great conjunction occurred within Thra's 3 sons, opening a portal between worlds. So this is interesting. They were actually able to open a portal through song, crystal song.
Cute.
And 18 exiled firstborn Urskeks come to Thra. That's interesting. So I think the Urskeks were originally mentioned as one of the first ones, right? One of the progenitor races.
I remember reading their names.
So she's even higher on ketamine than Yoda is.
Impossible. That's
But her
like
son is
saying
kinda
somebody
like Loki.
worse than Satan.
This stuff went way over my head. I had no idea.
Yeah, you gotta watch the Dark Crystal to kind of appreciate it. But I'm just gonna share another picture that shows Aughra's. I don't know what to describe it, like her planetarium. She can use this contraption to look at the stars. But the Urskeks, they're hailed as ambassadors, and Aughra and the inhabitants of Thra welcomed them, and they became part of society. But the 18 were dismayed to learn that it would be a long time before they could return to their home. The ancient gate on Thra had been destroyed in the War of Supremacy. That would be, I guess, the ancient Hypergate. That had started between the flora and the fauna during the time of the Gathering of the Green. But Aughra believed that there were other ways, hidden ways, that she would have to explore. So they built and gifted her, that's an orrery, so I was right. to help her better understand times and seasons. That's what you see over here. And what it revealed was 1,000 years would pass before the next great conjunction occurred. So those 1,000 years pass. Once more, the three suns aligned to bear down on Genishim, whom they called the Crystal of Truth. And they invited all of Thra to attend the ritual that would see them returned home. But things were not as placid as Thra had once been. Longing, fear, and anger had been stoked by a number of factors, including the charges of Augra's son, who demanded to know the real reason they'd ended up on Thra. So again, he's kind of meddling, like Loki. I agree. Fearful that they would be thwarted if the truth was known, and angry that this was all happening just as the conjunction was at hand, their dark emotions had an unexpected effect on Genishim, who in the throes of the conjunction inadvertently began splitting the Urskeks into distinct light and dark manifestations, the Uru and the Skeksis. So I'm going to show you a picture of each. And the reason why I'm going through this with such detail is because I love Dark Crystal lore. It's so cool. And I also recently rewatched Age of Resistance, which came out a few years ago on Netflix. It's also very good, so strongly recommended. But here's the Uru. So this is like the light half of the Urskeks, right? They're like the wise sages. Augra's son Hayden was he was sus about the Urskeks, and the Dark Heart was one of the Urskeks who screwed up the ritual. That's right. And then the Skeksis, who are like the bad guys. And also Mark Hamill, I think, voices one of the Skeksis in The Scientist, I believe, in the Age of Resistance on Netflix. Actually, it has like a really, really good voice cast. A lot of famous actors and people that you would know. But here's the Skeksis. So the Urskeks are when the Uru and the Skeksis come together, and they are beings of light. I'm going to throw this up. They actually kind of look terrifying, but share screen, boom. So these are the Urskeks. So they split off into the Skeksis and the, yeah, it's a little hard to see, but yeah, they split off into the Skeksis and the Uru.
Looks like a Star Weird.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah, not a bad comparison. They kind of do with the hair. So, and then we're told it would be much more difficult millennium before they would be reunited with their other selves. And spoilers, that happens at the end of the Dark Crystal movie where they're reunited with their other selves. The Age of Resistance kind of shows how the Skeksis learn that they can start harvesting gelflings, which are like the little Muppet dudes with the long hair, to prolong their own lives. And so they start doing that with the help of the Dark Crystal. And the Dark Crystal, I believe, is Genishim. This, or at least a sliver of Genishim or something like that, if I recall correctly. So it says, although the Skeksis at first concealed their corrupted nature, they could not hide it from their light halves or even their offspring, the Holosians, who proved just as devious as their sires, seeking out a different means of leaving Thra. And we're told later on that the Holosians actually do end up leaving Thra. And the Holosians and Arakoa find a new home. And I believe their offspring become the Phocians, later known as the Fosh, so Vergier, which makes sense that like a kind of like bird-like Skeksis, Urskek species becomes like, you know, they lead to the Fosh eventually.
She looks like she could be a Muppet, like a Jim Henson style puppet character.
Yeah, and when they say like that, it's like very high pitched. So hopefully that wasn't terrible.
So there's a little Yoda in there.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. Anyways, this is my charge to you is to watch the Dark Crystal, at least the movie, right? Jim Henson.
I know my dad loves that movie. So.
I'm a big fan of Jim Henson's The Storyteller, if anybody remembers that.
I don't.
It's awesome. I mean, I really like it. Some of the stories are sort of like weird, like bizarre, but the puppets.
Is it a show?
It is. It's like one of the last projects Jim Henson got to work on. It came out in like '89.
Okay, interesting. I wasn't aware.
Yeah, I love that little show. John Hurt is the narrator. So
John Hurt. John Hurt. Oh, John. Oh my God, John Hurt. Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, actually, John Hurt played a doctor. He's my one of my favorite doctors, the War Doctor. I think,
Really?
right?
I
Yeah.
think so. I'm not as very familiar with Doctor Who, but obviously Alien. But I know him from the Storyteller specifically.
Yeah, it was played by John Hurt, the War Doctor. Yeah. Oh man, that was such a great era of Doctor Who for me. So then also we're told the Chistori are a crossbreed with the Siruk from these it says Holosians and Arakoa, eventually, crossbreed to create Phocians, later Fosh, Karens, and Targonians, and relocated to Targon and Terra 1. A crossbreed with the Siruk became the Chistori. And of course, the famous Chistori would be one of Luke's first Jedi students, Desan, who is later a member of the Empire Reborn with Hethrer and the primary protagonist in the Jedi Outcast video game. Max, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I think there's a High Republic reference here. I don't know. I could be tripping. But you know how the Chancellor has those like big like cats?
Lena So? Yeah, Lena So has those. Yeah.
They're called Targons.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's the same Targons.
Yeah, they are.
Or
Targons. It could very well be. Here, I'm going to throw up a picture just so that we're all on the same page. And there's some sort of page or, reference. So the Targons, yeah. She is the Chancellor of the Republic. Is it during Phase 1, I believe? Yeah, because there's 2 Chancellors during Phase 2.
Yeah. I don't know if they're the same Targons because this Targon has like 2 ends. So like I don't know.
Lean Costana, interesting.
Oh yeah.
Arakoa. And Arakoa sounds like Aarakocra, which are of course like a race of bird people in Dungeons and Dragons, which may or may not have been created in Dark Sun. I'm not sure actually, but Troy Denning was of course one of the co-creators of Dark Sun. Maybe they're actually earlier than that. But okay, so she's and of course there are Fosh in the Disney canon as well as the EU as well. Yeah. Phase 1 and 3, yeah, of course, yeah, Phase 3, which just started. We get the reference. I just want to point it out real quickly. I'm not familiar with it, but I think the end notes say that it comes from it might come from Casus Belli or one of the French French language RPGs, but there's the corundum crystals found in the gargantuan ghost ship Gorgoror were harvested from this realm, which caused untold problems for the Jedi Master's apprentice and others who discovered it. That sounds like a very interesting adventure to run. I would love to read more about that. And hopefully those are either translated or getting translated. I have to look more into them. Yep. And then on page 428, we get a whole lot of Uradrill and
let's go. Waru crew.
I gotta ask, who's your favorite of the crew? And you can't choose Waru because that's low hanging fruits.
For me,
it's gotta be one I can remember the name of, which is not Nygath, generally speaking. I always forget him. So I guess Uthaquan.
Uthaquan.
I like Uradrill because he's got a face, and he likes to make fun of Typho Gem. So.
Oh, very cool. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Crater. So yeah, Casus Belli 76 is where that footnote references from. Very interesting. I would love to run that adventure sometime. When we talk about Waru and his crew, as I like to say, we're talking about another of the Crystal Riders that comes into contact with him, Taspan. And we're also told basically that she's getting manipulated by these guys. She was unaware of having attracted the attention of Uradrill, Waru, Uthaquan, and Naiyath, who sought out the Crystal Riders, not merely for their own sustenance and pleasure, but to feed their growing offspring. So we learn here that they have lots of offspring.
Nasty.
Here, this is like a Ken, can you read us on page 428 the paragraph that starts off with floating alongside?
Floating alongside the three entities of the kindred, and about half their bloated size, churned a misshapen sack of grotesque fleshy matter, which bulged and swelled horridly with life. Within that somatic satchel wriggled 1,000 of their tiny offspring. Taspin could feel their hunger stretching out to feed. The old ones began probing her mind again, this time to beat and enervate her.
Ew.
So this is like when you're taking a bite of the meatloaf and little bits are falling off. Ooh,
Ew.
bit of ketchup.
Just imagine eating rotten meat with maggots crawling out of it. That's gross.
Ugh.
Hello, Fabe. I have not.
Fab.
I'm on page 478, which is, I think, a little under halfway. Actually, might be about halfway from Supernatural Encounters itself, but a little under half. I think the PDF is like 1,055 pages, and I'm on
10,000
478.
pages.
It could be. It feels that way sometimes.
Alex finished it.
Alex finished it, yeah, but I don't think anyone here has finished it. We're still.
Not yet.
Yeah, I know. My co-hosts here are much farther than I am in book 5, but I've been maybe not Al, but everybody else is. So interestingly, when they do start to drain Taspan or feed on her, she also gains a bit of knowledge about them. And she sees another entity, a sibling of sorts, wholly hideous beyond description, even fouler and more dangerous than they. This malevolence was referred to as the devourer in the sickness. It was yet trapped. But for how long? I think we all agreed collectively in our chat that this was probably a reference to Now or Mongol. Yeah.
Mongol.
Yeah. So she gets a glimpse of Now. And then on page 429, I highlighted this line because I thought it read so good. In short order, she would be offered to their soon to spawn monstrosities who would suckle on her energies and intelligence until after she'd been completely drained like a dewback after a sketo swarm, they'd seek out her offspring in this world.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Gross.
And then we're introduced to a fifth member of the of Uradril and his ilk.
Well, we should also mention that basically Taspin sacrifices herself and blows up. And then
she does,
in the process her crystals fly out and hurt, obviously
diminish Waru and Uradril and all those cubes.
Yeah,
and destroy many of their offspring, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they kind of slink off in defeat to kind of lick their wounds. So
yeah. Repolish their scales.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And there is a new member of the Waru crew. There is a fifth. There is another.
Yeah.
He's like the fifth beetle.
Yeah.
I think the P might be silent. I don't know. I read it that way, but Nagatheme.
I just said Pinagatheme.
Pinagatheme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end up calling him Peanut. I know it.
Yeah, I'm going to read that. Just quickly, I'm going to read that part that you just talked about, Maxine. The kindred tightened their shields as they were slammed hard and propelled across space. Taspin's minuscule diamond-like slivers pierced through Oradril, Waru, and Uthaquan, grievously wounding them and shredding many of their infants to nothing. Skipping ahead one paragraph, it was not the end for the offspring of Uradril. And the kindred had an earlier spawn of whom little is known, save from hieroglyphs found in the Temple of Shadows. For as with all their progeny, he had been kept secret. His name was Nagath, and he is said to have glided across the atmosphere like the great eels above the ocean floor. In the gloaming near lonely villages he would float, whispering hymns more poignant than the songs of the Vors. And then skipping ahead a bit, evil songs that brought him down to feast on the misery of the entranced. Can you just imagine hearing the siren song and just being entranced, and then this cube floats down to consume you?
It's terrifying.
This is supernatural encounters at its best. It is said that Pnagatheme yet rules over the frozen ossuary world of dim Umar, where deep under the heaving crust of the seeds of his sires grow, their long probosces reaching up to feed on the juices of the dead. That's
Right.
terrifying.
Now that is
Yeah.
awesome. That's what I call paragraph.
Waru Crew is like the Bloodline or the Bullet Club or NWO. Yeah, exactly. Who keep introducing or adding members out of nowhere. That's right. But it was a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one when I found out that there was more of them.
Yeah.
We're also told that the other surviving offspring of the kindred, that's what they call themselves. I want to call them the Waru Crew still. Are known as they become space grazers. It says they would grow slowly over time as they fed on the alms of their procreators, expanding their corpulent and fractious bodies and minds until they cast off to sail the stars as space grazers. That's terrifying.
So they went from being the meatloaf to the cat.
You did. You missed a bit of.
Nah.
There you go.
I have goldfish, but I'm probably not done with them. So stay tuned.
What did you guys think of this? Actually, I think it's on page 430. I'm just gonna share my screen. It might be a little small. Hopefully, it's not. But I don't know. It looks a little small.
Oof.
Sorry. Yeah. Whoops. I will stop sharing that because it's really hard to see. Actually, maybe not. So, elemental overlords, beautiful Aena, queen of the waters, steadfast in purity, Fury Epothos, warrior of the rising sun, and volatile guardian of the sacred flame, devious Durlock, master of metals and lord of stone, keeper of earth's secrets, and wicked Helamis, queen of storms and chaos, mother of hurricanes, leaving havoc in her wake. In the centuries following the War of Temporal Planes, these entities managed to wipe out the vast majority of the space grazers before warring against each other. Who are these elemental overlords? I want to know. Where do they come from?
What about don't you remember when Hex was escaping other space, and then the elementals kind of aided him to get out, and then he encountered that like fire elemental being that killed Ariana, or the droid cyborg's name that they.
Yes, I do remember that. Yes,
Could
I
be
didn't.
them.
Was created by the supercomputer.
I don't know.
Ariana was created by not Mistress Memnos. It was
Arkin Ood.
Arkin Ood. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do recall that. I didn't make that connection.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't until just now. So I mean, it could have been them, the elementals.
That is true. I'm gonna have to go back and read it,
Yeah.
and not just like a reread because that would take a long time. But actually, just go back and maybe read that section later tonight.
Yeah.
There was one offspring, I guess, of these space grazers who was not mindless like his siblings, but clever like his progenitors. Those being the kindred, called Athla Giroth, the World Raiser. He would be coveted by the Sith and worshipped by the Eshka as the Eater of Stars and Destroyer of Worlds. I hope one day that my epithet is Eater of Stars and Destroyer of Worlds.
He's the meat equivalent to a Unicron in this universe.
Yeah.
So there's some stuff coming up that I am incredibly energetic about. So
The Bando, is it the Bando Gora that we're going to talk about next?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and some stuff in there.
And some stuff about Komari Vosa, and okay, well, we'll get to it.
Certain
Yeah.
Sith Lord.
So basically after Tasman explodes, this Crystal Rider, one of the sisters, she her remains, the dust from the shards that were the remains, land I think on the surface of Colon's planets and moons, feeding off the natives that live there. And this granted them power. These tentacled serpentine beings would be called the Yug, and they grew in strength and began to lure from afar. They began to lure beings from afar to their terrible service. It says many millennia later, this is on page 431, after the shards of Tasman were long gone and the spice dried up, because I guess it was being used spice. In the days after the Yug had passed into legend and only a few of their temples still stood, Bogdan and its moons, as it later became known, I guess, became a haven for pirates and criminals. What's the line? I was recruited by a man named Tyrannus on the moons of Bogdan.
On one of the moons of Bogdan.
Moons of Bogdan, yeah. And we learn basically that the spice enhanced their strength and gave them mild psionic abilities, but the dust and their proximity to old and dying Yug beneath the moon's crust put them in the creature's power. So this is the pirates, I believe. Fashioning masks from the skulls of the pterodact and the horned lizards that attacked the walking abominations, they forged hollow prod staffs that focused their energy into green spheres of fire, and they went forth furtively, calling themselves the Bandogora. Their first stop was Bogdan. After taking over the temples of Yug from its shape-shifting Bandor guards, who bowed before them, they established a center of power on Kolma. Then they marched in deadly array to the pirates and criminals spread out in various pockets across the system. Sorry, maybe this is not the pirates, but this is basically the Bandogora takeover. In the way did they increase their followers, a process aided by suggestive power of their leaders, as well as the spice they now termed bog. So this spice is like dust from Taspin, the Crystal Rider, I assume, right?
So they're like snorting a person.
Well, it's really like it's like
Greedo.
snorting. It's like snorting cremated remains of.
Yeah, it's like
Greedo from
Snorting someone's
Lost
ashes.
Cantina.
basically.
yeah, when they turn
Ogre
Greedo
put
into
him-
a drink.
Put him in a blender and just like serve them up.
I love that. It's like in the basement of like Chalmunds, it's just like Greedo's like foot or like his hand sticking out of like a blender or something, and they're just turning him into a drink. It's so nasty.
Man, they're
Oh.
so lucky that Tatooine is like the ANCAP paradise because no police exist on Tatooine.
Yeah.
No one's looking in the basement.
Okay, I'm about to have a little bit of a not like a rant here.
Go for it.
All right, so they mention here that they're like the pterodactyl guarded Kolma, but they were unable to stop the body snatchers hired by Count Gora of Sereno. Okay, so Sereno, Dooku, obviously. Okay,
Of course.
so they also mention that Count Gora of Sereno is a descendant of Xander Gora, which we know is a descendant of Starcrow. Okay,
That's right.
or he's the son of Starcrow. Okay, so in the canon in DU, right? Gora is the name of Dooku's father. Okay, Count Gora. Is everyone with me so far?
Mhm.
Okay, so they don't give us a time frame here, so I'm just saying it's possible this Count Gora here in the book is Dooku's father, which would make Count Dooku, Darth Tyrannus, a descendant of Starcrow.
Yeah. If not, I mean, even if Gora was like a great and his father was named
Exactly.
after him, he's still a
Yeah.
descendant of Starcrow.
Yeah, Goro the 16th still.
Which also
Exactly.
means that Dooku's progenitors came I guess originally lived on Naboo.
Yeah,
Right.
Interesting.
It's a
This
very
is
very
interesting.
interesting.
Isn't Sereno in the Outer Rim as well?
Yeah, but
Isn't
isn't
Naboo
Naboo
is-
mid? I thought Naboo was mid rim.
Or is it? I don't know. I gotta pull up the map.
Because Naboo's close enough to. Nah,
It's
never
called
mind.
an outlying star system.
Yeah.
Dooku is
anyway.
yes, Dooku Starcrow descended. Well, maybe not confirmed, but strongly
Strongly,
indicated.
possible.
Implied.
Most likely.
Here, this is funny.
definitely.
The Sith snort actual ashes in canon to get high. Sheev takes Maul to Malachor to snort the ashes.
That's right.
Oh yeah, that's right. That comic. Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's
Yeah.
off the train. That's out of control.
Oh.
But okay, so Al knows this because he's been on my channel for a very long time.
Yeah, Naboo's in the mid rim, by the way, according to the Wook.
Okay,
Which isn't-
where's Sereno?
Oh, excuse me. What am I? I'm not Mistress Memnos. Okay, I can't. You know, it was funny because one of the top searches that was like, "Where is Naboo in real life?" And I know what they mean. They mean like, "Where was it filmed?" But it just, Sereno is a planet located in Outer Rim territories, the Daastan
Okay,
sector.
well, it's not that far. It's in a galaxy where we can travel across the galaxy in like a day. It's not that big of a stretch. Anyway, Al knows, everybody knows this, that I am a huge fan of Dooku. Okay, so seeing this, and every time I see the word Sereno or anything regarding that in Dooku's world, I'm here for it. And obviously, if I get all excited. I was reading this at work, and I was like freaking out in the box office at the theater, and I put like exclamation points on my notes here, even though I'm the only one reading it. So it's really cool, and just goes to show that Supernatural Encounters has something for everyone. Now
Really
all I
something for
need,
everybody.
now all I need is something with Jaina in it. Once I get that, then and even if it's just an indirect mention to her, I'm here for it. But yeah, so Dooku, descendant of Starcrow.
Would you consider a reference to Yun Harla to be a reference to Jaina?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe you'll get your wish, and I don't know. Yeah, well.
Yeah, he would have been like, all right.
Starcrow is, for all intents and purposes, what, like an ancient Sith, right?
Well,
yeah.
Did they like know that he existed though? Like I know they had the text in universe. If you have consider that.
I
know he's not.
not.
I just want to clarify my statement. He's not necessarily an ancient Sith per se, but like what I mean. Like he creates.
He's like progenitor, or like not progenitor, but like something like precursor Sith,
like a proto Sith.
He's a dark side user that tried to conquer the galaxy.
He's one of the first dark side users that prominent.
Yeah.
Well, I would imagine they had the book. It was probably in like the restricted section, obviously, so very few probably knew about it. I'm sure probably like Yoda knew about it or something, because he's like 900 years old, and I'm sure he knew about it. So,
but like they can't just be like you're related to this person by like 600 generations, because so like you're also evil. I feel like you would not accept that.
We never get much discussion of it in the EU, but like it's like Luke and Leia are related to Darth Vader. That guy was terrifying and killed so many people and was responsible for the deaths of so many people.
Your lineage doesn't define you.
But like that's the thing. It's like it's never really explored, I thought, like a ton in the books, but it's like people are so chill with it in the galaxy, like Leia's doing. She becomes the chief of state of the New Republic and stuff. And I think canon explains it a bit better, that like Leia is absolutely terrified that people are going to find out she's related to Darth Vader and bloodlines.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things about canon that I do just flat out, I think was a good call, was making it more controversial in universe, to say the least.
So, I think they are related to Darth Vader, of course, but their actions have proved that they aren't like.
Oh yeah, of course.
Him, and it's not like common knowledge to the rest of the galaxy that like Anakin Skywalker was Darth Vader. So it's like they can't say, "Oh, but Anakin was good and turned evil." What's to say that you won't follow the same path? So it's like they only know the Darth Vader side. So it's like, Luke and Leia, and they've shown that they are good people, and that they're not, that their lineage, that their father will not define them. So.
This is funny because it reminds me of like, all this too. What about all the people related to the Eternal Family of Zakul from Old Republic? It reminds me of it's like I read a statistic. I don't know how serious it is, but like a solid percentage of people living in the Asian subcontinent are descendants of Genghis Khan, right?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
On page 432, then we get like a strong reference to Bounty Hunter, which makes me want to go and replay the video game. It says, events finally came to a head when the Jedi apprentice of Count Dooku, Kumari Vosa, was abducted, tortured, and turned to the dark side. Killing her captors, she took control of the Bando Gora as their high priestess. The Outer Rim was one thing, but her high-profile activities brought them to the attention of Darth Sidious, who could tolerate no rival. He ordered his apprentice, Darth Tyrannus, to kill Vosa and dismantle the Bando Gora. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's the case.
Such a good game, and we get an actual direct Dooku reference. Oh,
I know.
love it.
I remember you when you're like, oh my god, you're like Darth Tyrannus, Count Dooku's mentioned, and you were like freaking out about it. It was very interesting. It's fun to see how excited you were.
So Bandagore,
yes,
that's
he fights one, I think.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
he like tames it.
it was fate. Yes, and yeah, so there you go. I knew it was like a solid percentage was Descendants, but I didn't know what that percentage was, and I didn't want to say something on stream and look like a fool later on. Sorry, Max, I cut you off.
No, you're good.
Okay.
But really cool reference to Bounty Hunter. Such a classic game and such a fun game too. And yeah, and really cool events from the game. You know, Kamari Vosa and the Bandagore and everything. That was like one of the first Star Wars games that I played like when I was young. So it's like it's fond memories. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point, Granny Toes. That's weird. I don't know.
I know it. It like kind of reminds me of how like who was it? Who was the Robin that became like I don't know what a bad guy.
Jason Todd
After being tortured by the Joker. Who did he become? He became like
he became the Red Hood.
The Red Hood. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. In I think, are you thinking of Arkham Knight, where he's tortured and then he becomes Arkham Knight in that game, and then he becomes Red Hood.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Arkham Knight, which I thought was better than better than Arkham Origins, maybe. But
Fair.
Arkham City was the best one.
Arkham City is possibly my favorite game of all time.
Yeah.
I'm a big
Wow,
Batman
okay,
guy.
yeah.
So
yeah, Jason
I
Todd.
tried to play Arkham Knight and like I got stuck on something and I couldn't do it.
Just for just a moment, I need just a regression.
Sure.
Arkham Knight is the Last Jedi of Batman. Arkham Knight is actively offensive to me. The gameplay is fun in parts, but then the Batmobile, which is what I wanted, is terrible. And then they have Tim Drake in a relationship with Barbara Gordon, which is like super weird because he's supposed to be like 18 and she's like 30 almost.
Oh my god!
Bad game. I don't like it. Gotham Knights I haven't played. I am not a gamer.
Bad things about it.
I need to get around to it. But anyway, sorry about that. I had to.
No,
Arkham Knight was brought up. I had to pounce.
I enjoyed your rant.
There's okay. So the stuff we're putting up on now with the chapter 47. There's some really cool stuff that I really loved, including a little teeny tiny Knight Errant reference. So I'm here for that.
What page?
I don't know what page it is. Hold on.
Okay.
But we'll pull up on it. You'll see it.
Okay, we'll pull up on it like the Waru crew and the Kindred pull up on.
Yes, we will.
And
there's a really
cool
unsuspecting crystal riders
on the unsuspecting plate of greens that we are going to be eaten upon.
Yeah, we should have known.
And there's a really cool Iowa pod reference. So
there is. Yes, I saw that. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in literally like probably a minute or two. There's just two other pieces of information that I wanted to flesh out. Typhagem tries to then attack the other crystal riders that we haven't spoken about, Carnal and Cornus, which go together. I believe Carnal is one of them is like in the sun and the other is like in a planet essentially. But it says I believe it was Cornus is the one in the sun, responded by drawing closer to her mate, a delicate process that charred and eradicated any and all threats. So Typhagem tried to like launch threats, I guess, on the planet, and then the sun just draws in closer and like burns them all away. Or so they thought, but they didn't know that Typhagem would be back. So that was the first thing, and that's on page 432. And then on page 433, and this is getting into the Council of the Deep part, and there's some really interesting, cool art that I want to showcase. But we get reference to Daretha Treyas of the Shadow Council, who is now Supreme Potentate of the Sith. So he's basically the leader of the Sith. A position won after opening the earliest academy of sorcery on Malachor 5, of course, from
Treyas Academy.
the Traeus Academy from so like
KOTOR
that's
2.
obviously KOTOR 2, huge reference there. And strengthening Dromancas's reign over Kashimir, Malachor, Thule, and the allied worlds in the Stygian caldera. Thule is a planet that is a Sith planet that appears in a lot of. I think it was in the Clone Wars video game. It's in the new canon. It's in Rise of the Red Blade, and
Oh, that's right. It is.
Yeah.
She. About that.
What's her name again? Ikrat.
Iscat.
No, I'm just kidding. Iscat.
Ikrat.
Iscat finds a ancient Sith temple on Thule.
That went right over my head.
That's
so Thule is you just kind of keeps repeating in the two universes as a Sith planet. But basically, what Daritha Traeus is going to launch an attack, and this is when we get into the Council of the Deep.
Yes. So we had the Council of the Green, which is our vegetation and plant-based creatures, and then we have the Council of the Deep, which is our water-based creatures, and we'll get into the contents of the council and the various water-based species. I just got the Rhode Island reference in here.
Aquaman.
I did not catch that the first time. All right, so we'll have to go.
Didn't we yell at you about that? I think we put it in the chat. We kept harassing you.
I know. I was so confused. I was like, "Wait, what?" And then all right, so we'll get into that. I don't know.
So we're told that basically Traeus, Daritha, which is like almost like Darth Traeus, basically is targeting the water worlds now.
Yes.
The aquatic peoples had rarely been defeated, for which reason Lord Traeus knew he would be awarded great prestige for succeeding where others had failed. And the water worlds have very, very interesting defenders.
Yes, they do.
Do you want to list some of them, Max or Al or whoever, on page 433? I know they talk about, while I pull up the pictures.
I can read like that paragraph.
Sure.
All right.
Go for it.
With the impending threat of another war, Adhikar, the monarch of the firstborn Dur Sabin, and a cunning strategist formed a separate aquatic assembly outside of the conclave of the firstborn. And there's some of the art there, which is really, really cool.
It's a 2-pager. I wish I could just put it together to show everybody, but just look at that. Like, this is just so metal with the tridents and stuff.
Yeah.
So
there's always a bigger fish. There's always a bigger fish. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, hello, welcome.
Hi.
He is just referenced as a supreme leader of the Sith that took over after, I forget who would have been previous to him. I'd have to go back and look.
Founded the Academy of the same name from KOTOR 2, which is an awesome poll.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then formed a separate aquatic assembly outside of the conclave of the firstborn called the Council of the Deep. It was led by himself, Kithnarak of the firstborn Arak, sometimes called Leviathans, and Protas of the firstborn Charybdian, which
Protas, Iwapod reference,
Yeah, if you've read the Iwapod, Tale of the Iwapod, you will know that Protas is the big kind of water monster, who's essentially like the main kind of character in that.
Yeah.
It says, seeing it as a committee of war, however, many refused to join, coining them the Warriors of the Deep, which is a name that stuck. The Warriors of the Deep gathered on Aquilaris. So this is the Knight Errant reference. It's really teeny tiny. It's really insignificant. But Aquilaris is the homeworld of Kara Holt and where some of the events in the comics take place.
That's right.
So I thought that was really cool. Neat little, hey, Knight Errant.
Leave it to you to get the Knight Errant references.
I love Knight Errant. So, I gotta represent there. So amongst them were representatives of many of the thalassic races, including the Ira, Frid, Duar, Salutuan, Waladon, Uroth, Inleshat, Priapulin, Moncala, everyone knows the Moncala, the Nejma Quarren, the Sawvax, and then obviously we know the Quarren are the tentacle face guys. The Aqualish, we know the Aqualish from Ponda Baba. Plovin, the Carcharodon, which the Carcharodon they actually appear in the Clone Wars with
Is that the shark guy?
the shark guy in the Mon Cala arc. I can't remember his name.
I think it might be Shark Guy.
Yeah, the shark guy.
Shark guy. Yeah.
If someone thinks of his name, please tell me. We have the Nautilin, which are Kitfisto species. The Dornian, the Lajuan, the Cedrian, the Aquin, Drayden, Batrak or Batrich, Porporite, Anselmi, Swimming People, Quahog, Nilabi, Rien, Zephliful, Anguilla, Tibrin, later known as the Ishi-Tib, which appear in a couple of different things in Return of the Jedi and stuff. The Tulkun, the Sorki, Herglick, and the Herglicks are like these whale kind of looking guys. And many more besides the amphibious offspring races of the Pranpreneur, which we met previously in Book 4, and the Halsalrians, which the Halsalrians were mentioned previously, and I know I'm pretty sure they're one of the firstborn races, and the Halsalrians are also what species Yoda's master is supposed to be.
Carcharodon, I think that's the shark.
Yeah, that's the species name, but I can't think of the actual shark guy from the Clone Wars. But anyway, hold on, sorry. The Halsalrian being the Rift Hampson. There it is. The Halsalrians being the purported species of Yoda's master, Nakata Del Bormo. But yeah, so sorry if I absolutely butchered some of those names. But
better than I would.
There you can see there's a stacked cast on the Council of the Deep, including some really cool ones. So yeah.
I think I counted up. I think I got about 7 species that I knew off the top of my head. I'm sure if I saw them, I would recognize more of them. But man, that's a lot. That's a lot of fishies.
Yeah, it's a lot of fish. So the Quahog one,
famous line
really
from Godzilla.
Interesting. Because if you're a Rhode Islander, or if you know anything about us here in Rhode Island, you know that. All right. Well, a lot of us here say quahogs. So it may look like quahog, or some people say quahog. We call them quahogs. So I don't know what that's about. There's a quahog in here.
Apparently, it's a real species.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, I personally don't eat them. Being we're called the ocean state, and we're kind of prided on our seafood, but I could very possibly be allergic to seafood, so I don't want to test that theory. But I don't know if there's any like deeper reference with the quahogs here.
Yeah, I have it pulled up here. They're from a Star Wars Adventure Journal. Adventure. Yeah, that's
cool.
So they look like green people with no nose, which is interesting.
Okay. And the Anselmi here are mentioned, with which we know. I'm pretty sure we learned like on one of the next pages is from Glee Anselm, which are later the homeworld of like the Nautilins.
Take care, Vaughn.
So that's cool. Yeah. And then obviously we know the Mon Cala, like Admiral Akbar and Slogal. And then the Quarren, everybody knows Quarren. But yeah, so this is really cool. I love when they list these species. I think it's all really cool.
So, I was looking up as we're talking about this, I was looking up trying to figure out like the supreme potentate that might have preceded Daretha Treus, and I know that there is reference to one prior, but then Ormuz beheads him.
Oof.
And Ormuz is I believe like it was his heirs that became the Shadow Kings, like the 6 Shadow Council members. So I guess my understanding is Daretha Treus would have taken over after they were or like after the immortal gods kind of possessed them, and then
Yeah.
they were destroyed. So that's to try and answer Darth Sidious's question. I don't think really there's any like kind of secret as to where he came from. I think he was probably just waiting in the wings to take over.
I swear Starcrow is a Doretha. I could be mistaken. I could be tripping, but I swear that term was mentioned when we were reading the Starcrow stuff. But I could be tripping. Who knows?
And I will also say that just a quick search of the text itself, and we can also look up the Starcrow thing and talk about it. But a quick search of the text itself reveals that Doretha Trace is the first time he's mentioned. So
I was going to say I don't remember him from anywhere before.
Yeah. So there's a big sea battle between the forces of Doretha Trace and the forces of King Adhikar.
So on the artwork, who do you think would be Protas? I'm thinking it's this big guy with the cool, like, toothy smile. You know? Because he's like the biggest one on there.
I'm trying to see who I don't recognize.
This dude over
So
here,
that one-
Protas?
Yeah, maybe.
I can see
Maybe.
He looks like a Protas, huh?
This guy looks like if a Rhodian were turned into a fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Possible. Big sea
Terrifying.
battle.
Yeah.
Not
Tale of the
wanna see
Iwapod,
that.
everybody should go and read. Because
Yeah.
it's really short, and it's on my channel. I have the text of it on my channel. Even if you don't want to listen to me read it to you, you can just pause the screen and read the text for yourself.
I
It's
listened
like
to
just
it
like
in
a
the car,
dream.
and it was amazing.
Thank
So-
you. It was one of the first times I ever used sound effects. There's legends lore that Thul's population knew about the Banite Sith during the 1,000 years before the Phantom Menace and worshipped them, which makes sense.
Ooh.
Which makes it seem similar to Exegol and canon. Yeah, that is very cool.
Interesting.
I like that.
It's fascinating. We still haven't heard word about Korriban at all yet.
Yeah,
Least not that I
that's
can remember.
that's
Yet.
interesting.
Yet,
Yet.
of course. But
Yeah.
still, it's
Keyword.
been a while. They're still on
No.
Drummond Cos.
They are still on Drummond Cos. Treyas loses. the King Adhikar's forces beat the living seawater out of Treyas's forces, and he contemplates his failure. He'd forsaken the meaning of his name to traject with lethal precision, as the true archer must, required stealth, foresight, and a vital weak point with which to mortally fell his foes. But unfortunately, Doretha Trace was not successful.
Rip.
Rip. Yeah, well, not yet.
Wow.
But we find out about his fate on page 438. It says, as to the remaining abysso-pelagic creatures of Ilithurion, they fled back to their worlds or hid in the depths of the sea. So I guess he can kind of harness the forces of Ilithurion for his for his own purposes. Treyas
Well,
had just
we did
escaped
learn. Sorry.
No, go ahead,
We-
please.
Yeah, but we do learn that Sith sorcery summons the dark things of Ilithurion. So Sith sorcerers like Starkrow
Yeah,
and now Lord
that's right.
Treyas can, call upon the forces of Ilithurion using Sith sorcery.
That's right, and they think they're creating life, but instead they're literally just portals.
But yeah,
into
they're
outer
just
space.
pulling it from somewhere else, which kind of reminds me of Doctor Strange's magic, because Doctor Strange's magic kind of pulls from different realms and dimensions of
That's right.
the multiverse. He'll summon in Multiverse of Madness, for instance, he summoned these dragon things out of his hands, and so it's cool.
That's
Yeah.
very cool. Treyas just escapes being drowned by a troop of Cedrians, Aquan, and Dradens who tore and chew apart his entire legion when he came upon the translucent Sorcus, whose intense mental projections drove him insane. It would have been better for him had he died there. Instead, he lived long enough to be sent to Malachor V, where he was tortured and replaced with Muon Thul. His spirit was said to haunt his academy on Malachor V, and I think Muon Thul might become the next supreme potentate, as I understand it. But yeah, that's cool that his spirit haunts Malachor V, and so this relates to Darth Sidious's comment that the Treyas Academy was built by the true Sith thousands of years ago, and that's consistent with what Joe has written here. I also want to mention that there's a reference to other Sith wizards on page 437, including Adrathos, Doretha Kilwins,
Ooh.
Ooh, an
And-
ode and her.
Doretha Fractalis, a pureblood, and Doretha Natosh, a Sinatine. Traeus unleashed the Phobos Magnacrons into the sea of Pelagion, but again, still was not successful in terms of beating King Adhikar and his forces. And then we find out that there's sorry, go ahead.
No, well, you can. There's a lot here.
Okay, sure. I was going to say the shockwaves Lord Traeus had felt were from the destruction of the Shadow Harvester, which served as a signal for the allied forces of the Council of the Deep, which becomes later known as the Warriors of the Deep, to surge upon their adversaries on all the aquatic worlds alongside the giant varieties of squid, triggerfish, eels, rays, puffers, wrasses, lionfish, dragonets, stars, scorpionfish, jellies, and more to overwhelm their oppressors. The seas of the water worlds ran red with the blood of their enemies that day. I like that part. Yeah.
So, I just wanted to like point out something here. Well, a couple of things. First, on 436, they mentioned the melodies of Yavin 8, which is a Junior Jedi Knights reference.
Yes. And they talk. Why don't you read that paragraph for us?
Yeah. Those that supported Queen Severina pointed to the fact that the melodies of Yavin 8 had been spawned by the Sith, and yet many of their people had broken free of their evil masters. But this argument was countered by the fact that some yet sung the siren songs of the Sith beneath the frigid waters of Yavin 8. And I'm pretty sure in Young Jedi Knights, when Tahiri and Anakin go down with their melody friend, they hear like some sort of like siren song, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Lyric, right? Lyric.
Yeah, lyric.
Yeah.
But that also explains why Lyric's people and the Melody people like know of like the Sith stuff that's going on Yavin 4, because they are like Sith spawn themselves, which is really cool. Because I was like, when reading it, you're like, oh, like that's. I mean, I guess they would know maybe just by being like, in proximity to like Yavin 4 or something. But now they have a history tied with the Sith, which is really, really cool. And, that's just taking like a really like small thing from Junior Jedi Knights, which is like a kid's book series and like 100-page books, and giving it more life, which is really cool. And like Junior Jedi Knights is like often kind of looked over, and it's such a fun series, like even to read as an adult, it's just a fun series. And if you're like me, you're going to cry every time Anakin and Tahiri share a cute moment. So
that's one of the things that made Anakin like he of the solos, he's probably my favorite.
He's
of the
great.
solo, I just really like how he's written in those books.
I agree with you all.
Jane is my favorite, but he's my second favorite for sure. Jason's my least favorite. Sorry. Alex is gonna watch this later. And
I mean, that happens
Young
when you're
Jedi is
Satan.
my favorite, so. But there's also a few little things here.
Yes, and it does it well too, I would say.
Really?
Yeah. It says Traeus sent to the Outer Rim waterworlds giant Spinax, Bektori, Drugan, Miraidon, Narca, Celerodrex, Twenchok, Chiaki, Aquatic Gundarks, Tentaculon, Mamacor, OPC killers, Camry eels, Zune maulers, I'm not even going to mention Flugrians, Conme, Kriktashi, Demon Squid, Demon Sharks, and the Vicious Ibleton. And there's a few things in there, like OPC killers are on Naboo. We see them in Phantom Menace. They chase down Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan and Jar Jar. It's like the weird-looking fish that kind of gets ripped apart by the bigger fish. By the bigger fish.
Yeah, it's the not bigger fish. Yeah,
it's the not bigger fish.
The not bigger fish. And then I looked this one up because it sounded really familiar. The Miraidon is actually the lizard from the Droids cartoon. So the name sounded really familiar to me, and I was like, I need to see where that's from. I looked it up, and it's from the Droids cartoon. I've never watched the Droids cartoon. So, this is cool.
One day you will, and you'll get all the Great Heap and Kybo Ren references.
But then you'll have watched the Droids cartoon, and you will be like, man, I could have done anything else.
Isn't Boba Fett in it?
For like one episode. He has a sweet droid though. I want that action figure.
I just want to mention that part of the success of King Adakar and his forces is due to using sea gates and the Oswaft allies. And of course, the Oswaft are from the Lando Calrissian trilogy, and they're the hyperspace manta rays that are like I guess maybe the spiritual predecessors of the hyperspace whales that we see in Rebels. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff here. There's that war, the Warriors of the Deep is just very, very cool. The Sith lose and get driven back. Muon Thul takes over from Lord Treyas. We also find out there's this interesting thing. It says spawned on accursed Zoth, where he was known to the Xanabar. There's the Xanabar again. He governed by a different name. Muon Thul bore the head of an enormous tyrannosaur with a mane of tentacles. Just like trying to visualize that is terrifying.
That's so weird.
And then on page 439, we get a reference to the Great Hyperspace War in Kuar Danar.
Yes.
I think this might be the first reference to Kuar Danar. I know that's significant later on in the text. But it says ages hence during the... Actually, Ken, why don't you read us that paragraph, the ages hence one?
Ages hence, during the Great Hyperspace War, the Arak and the Dur Sabin would again come to the aid of their aquatic offspring. Sith Lord Kuar Danar threatened to poison the oceanic homes of several aquatic races that he suspected might hold the location of the hidden Pakaku, whom he intended to devour in a ritual that would grant him telepathic mastery over all beings.
Wow.
With the aid of yet extant hypergates on Arakan, Aquilaris, and Dur Sabon, the Quarren, Moncala, Dornians, Udalins, Batrocs, and others were able to fend off his forces while transporting refugees from half a dozen worlds to Iskalon, a planet concealed in the transnebular sector, where they were welcomed by its friendly natives. Though the extermination intended for most of these worlds never came to pass after Danar was betrayed by Naga Sedao, many of the immigrants, including several Quarren, chose to stay on Iskalon in peace. Henceforth, the Quarren warrior caste will be known as the Kokad on Dak and Oceans Abroad, and because of their resemblance to Typho Gem, many would choose to remain in their cities under the seas.
Wow, cool. I love how they finally acknowledge that the Quarrens look like Cthulhu.
Right?
Very interesting.
Can I just say something?
Mungo Baobab. Yeah.
Can I just say something really, about the resiliency of the water peoples of Star Wars? Is that they are incredibly tough to kill.
Yeah.
Like specifically like Mon Cala and everything, like, they survive like all of these wars. They are ever like against the forces of evil. Like Mon Calamari, they're such a an opposing force to like the Empire and the Separatists, and then like the Yuzon Vong as well, and then they never fall. They're always like there, and they always kind of bounce back. I mean, they get attacked and stuff. Like I know Dala attacks them in Jedi Academy, and then but Admiral Akbar claps back. Yeah,
one of my favorite Akbar scenes ever. It's awesome.
I think it was
he claps
painful
back
to watch what happens to them in Legacy.
Yeah, and that's I feel like that's like one of their rare like defeats is like at the hands of like the one Sith, because like they just poison the entirety of the planet. They're like, all right, well, if we can't match you in combat, like down in the depths, we're just gonna poison the water.
Right.
So it's like it just speaks to like the resiliency of these underwater species and their kind of home field advantage that they have. It's really cool.
Any further thoughts before we move on the caravan? I'm sorry, before we move on to the Caravan of Serenus. Any further thoughts
Caravan
on
of Courage?
Yeah, exactly. Caravan. What was it? Caravan of Carnage. last time. That was good. That's gonna be if I ever do a metal album, that's gonna be like the name of the first metal album, Caravan of Carnage.
I'm just picturing the Spider-Man villain Carnage driving like a bus or whatever. Just
Yeah.
like down,
With all
down
the
the highway.
Ewoks in
It's
it.
awesome. Oh yeah.
With like Nisa.
Oh, they're all
and-
Ewok
and-
symbiotes. Oh, that's awesome. That's sick. I want that now.
Exactly right. I thought I enjoyed that part. It's not my favorite part. I think we're gonna get to my favorite part. But suffice it to say, I enjoyed that part. I thought it was really good.
I, as you guys know from my very energetic thoughts on that part, I loved it. I love that part. It's a lot of fun to read, and as I've said at the beginning of this stream, is book 5 so far has been my favorite, and this is one of the reasons why I really enjoyed this segment.
Whatever do you mean? Oh, sorry, I didn't see them. I think they got. There was a lot of comments here actually that we missed. Here,
Darth Sidious being a real MVP. This is like the 3rd or 4th time he's come in and
I know.
jogged my
Always
memory
here.
about the
I
thing.
love it.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you so much.
That's very cool. This comment about the droids cartoon, I didn't know that actually. Geonosis in the Outer Rim Worlds of Wizard of the Coast sourcebook mentions that the melodies could be Sith spawn. Well, I mean, I think that's
Ooh.
Interesting.
somewhat, I would say, perpetuated by supernatural encounters. They also attack Vader and Sabe in the first few arcs of Greg Pak's Vader. Yeah, that's the most recent Vader
Back when it was
series. Yeah. And which Naboo fish were you talking about?
good.
Do
The
you recall?
OPC killers.
OPC killers. Okay.
And then the
Who's
bigger fish being the Sando Aqua Monster.
Look at you. You're a regular Steve Zissou, Life Aquatic. Just naming everything under the ocean.
Man, if I had those action figures, I could have told you, but no. Alas.
I like to look at my alien textbooks.
In the next part, page 439 to 440, we start getting dates, NE, and I'm fairly certain that NE stands for New Earth. What are your thoughts on that? Yeah. Okay.
New Earth.
Yeah.
In this context, refresh my memory. What would that mean here? Because when I hear New Earth, I think DC. What would that mean?
I think it means, how humans traveled to these Earth worlds. I think that's what it's referring to, and this would be 1950 to 1970 New Earth. Of course, I cannot confirm this, but I'm fairly certain that is the case. Also, based reference to Count Eosphoros here, the Lord of the Dead. But what interested me about this, and I remember I messaged Royce Crater about it, was just freaking out. I finally put it together. I was like, the Xylan, which we know are like the Sobek who are put into the their sentience was like put into the robot bodies, or Xylan are Cylons. They're Cylons from Battlestar Galactica. It just like finally clicked in for me, because it was this footnote that did it. It was footnote 124. Among its dozen worlds, only the survivors of Toron adopted and evolved due to the mysterious experiments performed on their ancestors by the Arhul. Toron is one of the 12 colony planets, right? That from Battlestar Galactica. So what I will say is that I'm a very, very big fan of the Battlestar Galactica show, the 2000 version, like the reprise. I'm less familiar with the original. I've seen it once when I was very, very young. I need to rewatch it. But this entire section kind of plays off of, I believe, the original Battlestar Galactica
It's the original.
series.
Yep.
Yeah, because there's references to, and we were told that Count Eosphoros, one of his previous incarnate, or one of his aliases is Count Ibalus, which comes up earlier, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together. That's Count Iblis from the Battlestar Galactica show, and I was like, of course, it's Count Iblis. What he is basically, he's like this, he's driving humanity to its destruction. Count Iblis. That makes so much sense. He'd been manipulating a human politician for years to betray his people.
Baltar.
The time on the Earth worlds. Yes, that's exactly what it is, I think. Right?
I
So
didn't know
this-
if it
it's been-
was referring to like a specific Earth world, and I just forgot like one of them is specifically called as.
So we can intuit that there's been almost 2 millennia on this particular Earth world in the worlds in the Serenus system since they've populated these worlds. That doesn't mean that the humans have been in Sky River for 2,000 years. They would have been there for much longer, because I think originally they had left. I forget which world it was. It might have been like Terra 1 or something like that. Maybe it was even God, what's the world that eventually gets put in Illythurian that Hex travels to in the
Urath? No. Is that?
Okay, it's okay. We'll come back. But anyways, page 343. Hex note. Let's go to page 343 real quickly. We're just going to do a quick detour. Oh, Eartha, thank you,
Eartha.
Max. This is why Max gets paid the big bucks. She's the one. Okay,
She's
clutch
the one in
lore,
the party
yeah,
without the goldfish
the
memory.
lore references. So they made it come from Eartha as well. I'm not entirely sure, but anyways, 343. There's references to the left-handed path, Brock and Alec. We're gonna have to look at it later and come back to it. But in any event, so back to Battlestar Galactica, or at least an allusion to it. We get a lot of lore here. So in the midst of a cataclysm, a remnant managed to escape in a caravan of over 200 civilian ships led by a great capital warship and warriors who were dedicated to protecting them. That is basically the story of Battlestar Galactica.
Yep.
They're fleeing, the Xylan or the Cylons. And we're told that the caravan of Seranus moved on. They would go to different worlds, help them out, that kind of thing. It would take them near upon 3 decades and the discovery of a mysterious and powerful child to locate the last vestiges of their ancestral people, the lost 13th colony on Terra 1. That would be the lost 13th colony of like Earth, right? Mm-hmm. They're searching for Earth.
Yep.
And then there's also reference, I think, at the bottom of page 442, Cylons or Xylans who look and behave human, which of course is a big factor in the Battlestar Galactica reprise, because there are Cylons who look humans. The caravan, however, had secret weapons of their own. The spiritual son of a Seraph, one of their beloved lost warriors, and an army of rebel Xylan who'd forsaken their genocidal leaders for a new sovereign, a fellow android who'd learned the truth of their enslavement. And then we get references to, I believe, The Second Coming, which is the Battlestar Galactica movie from the original series. The Second Coming kicked off with the arrival of ships of light, the very presence of which proved demoralizing to the genocidal Xylan forces. Side by side with their erstwhile enemies, the caravan of Seranus waged what became known as the final battle and wiped out the Xylan Empire in a resounding defeat, which is very cool. I love the BSG references. I'm actually now motivated. It's like at the top of my list of things to do is to go and rewatch the original series. So I'm going to find it, I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to love it.
That last part, I think, is
also putting it on the list.
Marcel, I think the last stuff you just read is a reference to the new series.
That's right. You think so, Ken? Yeah, that's what I thought too.
But it's the original. They don't have the Cylon faction, Rebel faction in the original show.
That's right. Yeah. So much hated attempt. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That's very curious about the 70s series. I think
70s is really good.
It's steeped in both the original and new series mythologies. Yeah, I love how Gaius Baltar and Sick, Caprica 6 or whatever, they have like inner like beings speaking to them, which you think are manifestations of their like subconscious or something like that, but then like they actually turn out to be like beings and almost like angels, but they don't like to call themselves that, etc., etc. It's just really, really interesting lore. Are you in it? Yeah. Well, the moons of Yago. We learned all about that last time. And then there was a reference on page 441 to the Dreamers and the Chengwei Corp. And I just didn't. I tried Googling this. I don't think it was specific reference to anything that I could discern. But I was wondering if anyone else had any information or thought anything of it.
If it's a reference, it went over my head.
Mm,
It says Siddharth Daikan, which I think is an Tuckerism, is fall in love with one of the heads of the Dreamers Project. Her name was Natalie Asana.
I really like
from
this
her,
part.
Yeah, he first learned of the plans. Daikin had the backing of the Chengwei Corp, who would prove to provide the capital and organization to make such a journey feasible. They had a communal vision, Streamers Project, so they voyaged to the Galactic Edge and Andowine. And then we get a ton of lore on Andowine and the Vale folk of Andowine, starting on page 442. And I think this is where... Sorry?
I'm gonna be honest. Most of the Earth World stuff's just way over my head.
Well, I think Andowine. I think this is more direct references.
Is this
More
Willow?
Willow, yeah. I think this is. I'm not super steeped in Willow lore. Again, I haven't read the Shadow War, but I think this is the Dreamers group is in alien lore. But yeah, I don't know if it's the same thing. Hello, good to see you, Comfort Eagle.
What's up?
hey.
If that's the Dreamers Project, yeah, I'd like to know more about it. I thought it was interesting. But we're told Andowai was the world of the Vale folk, and the word given to many races thought to be the stuff of legend. The sacred worlds were so called for a reason, as with Ravath, which we learned about earlier, Andowine, pretty early on, right? Some of these sacred worlds. But they were stepping stones to the realms beyond, a place where the circles of the world, flesh and spirit overlapped. It was said that this world was a microcosm for the much larger macrocosm that was the galaxy. And the events that played out here served as prophetic template from which the Valdalar might learn and understand how best to guide and preserve life on the worlds of Sky River and the ages yet to come. And so we learn about the Fata first manifested in the galaxy from Andowine, for which reason it was called the Mother World, Ravath being the Father World, which I thought was very interesting. The Fata were more commonly regarded as the Fae or Fairy, as they're partly incarnate forms of the Valdalar, though most in the galaxy do not believe in their existence or assume that they are a precursor race, as they thought with the Diatham. But really, they're just partly incarnate forms of the Valdalar. So the fairies exist, and we're told about some other. So there's Greater Fairy, signified the tall and lithe firstborn races of the Sephi, known as the Andowine. Known in Andowine in the ancient days as the elves, so we get elves here, but also lesser fairy signified diminutive and wary races who kept themselves hidden and insular on worlds such as Andowine, Thra, Lesser Tana, Sol, Muab, Garbin, Vune, Sagar, and or Vijun, Sagar, and similar forested worlds. And so the lesser fairy included Nelwyn, Petitites, brownies, or brownies as they were called, the seafaring Wern, brownies, yeah. Aggie, dryads, gnomes, naiads, nords, nymphs, mosla, rindians, and sprites. So all these kind of very traditionally speaking fantasy races. Andowine, that's where you want to go.
And this is all Willow stuff, which is another thing that I'm putting a list together for our off week of things I need to binge.
Yes.
Willow, Dark Crystal, Battlestar Galactica.
VSG for sure. Gelflings, you get a reference to Gelflings here from Dark Crystal, of course. And then we get another reference to the Malavoy, which we spoke about earlier. But they basically come back to cause problems for the greater fairy and lesser fairy. The Malavoy vowed then to make enticement and predation their primary occupation and pleasure, employing what few servants they had to find and procure them the forbidden books of the ethereal. The Malavoy learned to circumvent their restraints and alter their appearance to basically, I don't know what, trick the people of the Andowine. And then I thought it was interesting on page 444 how there was a condition placed on all the Vale folk. They will be imbued with an innate aversion to iron and forged steel. Their own blood will repel and curdle at its touch. So will the consecrated lands be kept free of weapons of war. So it's like, oh man, they're if you use steel against them. And this kind of reminds me of like Witcher lore. It's like, he uses his I think actually he uses silver to fight like beasts, and steel is for humans or human-like creatures or something like that. But I was thinking about it, and it kind of reminded me of that. So
There's another a Warwick Davis related offshoot in Leprechaun 2. The leprechaun's weakness is what is it? It's I think it's pig iron. No, it's something. It's cast iron or something like that. And that's probably the best movie of the Leprechauns. Like we're grading on a huge curve here, but like
aren't those like horror movies or something?
yes,
Leprechaun,
they're horror movies in the same way like Sharknado is. They're
do you know? Sorry, Jesse. I was going to ask Jesse if he knows. Do you know where the circle maps is? What page it's on in Supernatural Encounters? Just curious. Or is it like the ones in the beginning or end of the book? Did I tell you, Al? I recently rewatched Leprechaun, the first one. It was one of my
really?
31 movies. Yeah.
I have a soft spot for those movies. Me and my friends would always watch them in college and make fun of them. They're some of my favorites for like bad movie nights. Let me see here. I have it.
So the Shadow Wars. Okay. Let me see if I can find. I don't have a copy of the Shadow Wars, but Shadow Wars circles map. Yeah, I don't.
I tried to get a copy because I saw those on the timeline. I was just exploring the website and I saw those on the timeline. I tried to pick them up, but I couldn't find. I don't know. I couldn't find them for a price I was willing to pay for not knowing anything about them.
Although there is this very cool like Andowine map here from the Willow series, and I'm just gonna throw it up there. I don't know. I found it just looking, and it has a lot of the names here mentioned, like Nockmar and Tir Asleen are actually mentioned in Supernatural Encounters in this specific area. I thought we'll actually watch Willow for the first time this past year. I'm surprised to say to myself too, because I would you'd think Willow is like one of those things that like everybody watches as a kid, but I watched it recently and I thought it was really good. Really like Mad Mardigan, great character.
I need to watch those.
Thank you. Yes, I will look for it. Can you tag me in it, Jesse, when you do drop it, just so I just tag Revanchist and I'll pull it up. So then we learn about, and I think they were mentioned earlier, Queen Cherlindrea and King Tyrell. They would travel through the gates, visiting each of their kingdoms. Here, Jesse just tagged me in it. Thank you, sir. I'm going to pull it up. The 12 Great Realms. Here we go. Boom. So here's the circles. Circle of the world, circle of the flesh, and the circle of the spirit. Greater fairy, lesser fairy, despair, death, Malavoy, of course. Yeah, hope, dream dragons, Daikini. So there's the Dreamers reference, I suppose. That's cool. That's really cool. Elora Danon. It's in the middle. I really need to brush up on my Willow lore. That is for sure.
Willow? No, that doesn't work. That also has Ice-T.
Yeah. Also, there's also a Leprechaun goes back to the hood. I was surprised. I was like, really? Like, what would compel him to? Why is there a second one? But anyways,
it's actually terrible.
Yeah,
that one's actually unwatchable. That one just is light.
That just means it's only a matter of time before I watch it. What I love about this part is there's also reference to the horrid children. It says wicked humans were bent, broken, and reshaped. This is on page 445, the Great Hunt section. Bent, broken, and reshaped into a kind of orcus, and their horrid children to goblins. As to the traitorous Vale folk, they were transformed into trolls, ghouls, and boggarts, becoming those who haunt the parched lands, accursed mountains, and dangerous wilds with the death dogs, the borsist, and night herons. Like, I need to read the Shadow War stuff because this is so cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm motivated to read it. I think here we finally.
I'm not sure if it's meant to be a Harry Potter reference, but there's mentioned boggarts, which, if anyone knows what a boggart is, it basically like takes on the form of like your biggest fear, and then like you can't actually see the true form of a boggart, but you know it'll take on your most biggest fear. So I don't know if it was meant to be like a reference or it's just the same name of something, but I just thought of that.
That is very cool.
I should also mention I really don't like J.K. Rowling, so.
Oh yeah,
Goes without saying.
But yeah, I'll just put that out there.
So
Yeah.
I'm unsurprised to hear you say that. So
She's kind of a jerk.
this part is the part that I think is a reference to David Bowie's Labyrinth, and I don't care if someone tells me, if Joe himself tells me it's not, because I need it to be.
What page is that?
It's on page, I want to say 446. Yeah. So the Labyrinth of Maldweb was chosen upon Zikarf and Ilithuria to become a place of protection for and from the transformed children, a city of goblins.
Yes.
For this realm had been raised not by the granaries of the hell worlds, but the cantrips of the dreamlands. And despite a taint of darkness left by the enchanter, it was by and large unpolluted. Over it, an overseer would be appointed, who would rule justly from the marmoreal palace at its center. Is that King Jareth, the Goblin King? I hope so. But even in this, the Malavoy cheated, secretly summoning a neutral overseer in the one called the Owl King. For this reason, had some Fata designed to venture forth into that realm to keep watch over its comings and goings. But from these came the Darkling Fair Folk. So Harry says that the boggarts are also pre-existing folk creatures, so it's not just a Harry Potter thing.
Okay.
And also, remember, Labyrinth was also produced. Thank you. I still have that Labyrinth poster somewhere. I'm going to bust it out next time. I'm going to start the stream with just like me holding the poster up next time.
So you've had that poster since you were like a kid?
Since I was in high school, yeah.
Wow.
It's like the Bat poster, which is over there, and I'd have to go get.
I think my high school girlfriend got it for me, and it was like the best present I received in that time of my life. I've since received, I think, what I think are better presents. But
well, you just get the Max Rebo band.
That's right. Yes. Big shout out to my wife who got me the Power of the Force action figures for the entire Max Rebo band, like all 6 of them, which is like the greatest gift ever. The king that rules the lesser fairies was new to me because Chandrila's husband in the Shadow Wars, the Stag Lord. See, look at this. This is crazy. This lore. It's so interesting. Who always came off as another name for him, the Bendu to me. That I think, Stag Lord, I think that would work, right? That's another synergy. You're thinking like Joe, Jesse. You're thinking like Joe here, and I love it. So I think that's a reference to Labyrinth. Down here, we get some very interesting stuff. Iman Asana would become known as the Haunted King. I really thought that Iman Asana character. And if we go back to actually what Jesse had shared, Elora Danon. I just want to look that up for a second. I think Elora Danon was the name of, if I recall correctly, of the girl that Willow had to save in the very first movie. Yes. Elora Danon is a fictional character from the 1988 fantasy film Willow. She is a Daikini, one of the average-sized races of people in the film. That's cool. Fearful of prophecy that a girl would be born who would bring about her downfall, the evil queen Bavmorda of Nockmar imprisoned all pregnant women in her realm. Elora was born in prison and identified as the prophesied one by a birthmark on her arm. Bavmorda wanted her killed at birth, but her mother convinced a midwife to smuggle her out. Both mother and midwife died to keep her safe. So this is a plot of the Willow movie, not the show. After the midwife's death, Elora was found by a young Nelwyn farmer named Willow Ufgood, that being Warwick Davis's character, who initially wanted nothing to do with her, but later embraced her role as his role as her protector and attempts to take her to Tir Asleen. Bavmorda's efforts to destroy Alora, preventing the prophecy, led to the former's downfall. Afterwards, Willow leaves Alora in the caring arms of Bavmorda's daughter, Sorsha, who's actually good, unlike her mother, and the new queen, and Mad Mardigan, his traveling companion. So that's essentially the plot of Willow. So I knew that name was very familiar.
So basically, Willow is Cable, and the little girl is the crossover baby from what would it be? Extinction?
Is that
I don't remember.
Is that an X-Men reference?
That is an X-Men reference. That's an X-Men reference to the parody done of it 10 years ago.
She's the baby now, a 20-ish-year-old in Willow 2022, but she's likely only a teen. Okay, yeah. Weird skin color, silver gold tinted in the Shadow Wars. Okay, that's interesting.
Hope Summers. She's called the crossover baby in the Floating Hands parody. That is like my favorite thing ever. I forget which crossover it is. One of them. One of the 4 billion of them.
I just want to look up Iman Asana because for some reason that name sounds so familiar to me. No hit. No hits. At least not. I mean, it might be something, but in any event. So on page 447, we return to the Abominor, and there's actually the Abominor Master we're introduced to. I didn't want to move off of the Anduin stuff. I find it very interesting. I just also feel very ill-equipped to discuss it with you all because I'm just not at all familiar with the lore. So
neither am I. So that I was like, sorry, I've been like really like quiet. Like I really have no idea what that stuff is.
Yeah, fair enough.
If I didn't love Warwick Davis so much, I wouldn't have even recognized Willow as being a thing. So
I did think, though, I remember maybe it's later on. I want to just double check something real quickly because there was a reference to a Terry Gilliam movie that I'm a big fan of. And I think it's like a fairly obvious reference, but interesting. What page is this? 463. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. We'll come to it. I promise. Almost there. We'll go a little faster. So there's a Abominor Master we're introduced to named Nar Zagoth on page 447, which I thought, what a great name. And also Abominor Master. This guy must be terrifying because at this point, the Silentium, I think they think the Abominor are destroyed, right? But they're not. They're rebuilding. There's also a very interesting reference to the Tempestro on page 448, and it says, as with many who'd suffered incalculable losses in the Cosmic Wars, the Tempestro turned inwards and were no longer the same people as before. You just kind of like that very, very simple line, like kind of like almost blink if you miss it. It's like just a great encapsulation, I think, of the Cosmic Wars. Like it really traumatizes these first ones, like these progenitor races and their offspring, and kind of like just makes this galaxy, again, going back to the very first quote, a galaxy of war.
Yes.
And then we get a lot of lore on the Muabin on page 448 and 449. Of course, the Muabin, I think, are the progenitor race for the Silentium. We're told that they're made up of 2 coexisting groups: the storytelling Ysandun and the crafters of the Kalamnad. The Ysandun regaled the worlds with grand works of fantasy, poetry, sculpture, painting, music, theater, and epic verse that were known the galaxy over. And the Kalamnad clans fashioned from those tales elegant and ornamental cities of Baroque design and daedal technology harmoniously erected amongst the sprawling trees, rivers, dales, and hills. When they put their talents together, it was said that there was nothing that they could not accomplish. And we also get reference to giant orbs of a Kal-El. Sorry, Kal-El. I'm getting my Superman. Giant orb of a Cab-El would appear before an inhabited world and wait. And almost like that reference made me think of like the Tho-Yor. It's like I know they're not because orbs, but it's like these they would basically come to judge it seems, races and see if they're like, ready to kind of ascend to the next level and not. But I also thought, like, because it's an orb, like a Dyson sphere reference. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm thinking about like my
Kind of,
Star Trek and stuff like that.
Kind of reminds me of the box from the Clone Wars. If you remember that episode where Obi-Wan's undercover as
Yes.
Rocco Hardin, and he's with all the other bounty hunters, and Dooku puts them in this huge box cube thing, and it's like all these different like challenges that they have to go through. I know there's like one where like he fills the room with dioxis, and there's only one way to get out, and then the next one there's like lasers coming out of the walls, and people are getting stabbed left and right. And then there's like the last challenge, or the second to last challenge, where the ray shields are closing in, and then like they have to use this serum that only one of their species is immune to, and it ends up being the Parwan, and he reaches through the ray shield and turns it off.
The ray shields? Come on, we're smarter than this.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
But yeah, so this kind of reminds me of the box, because it's like, it tested them and to see like, and I know it mentions like to see which one would prove to be like noble and actually good, whereas like the box is kind of the opposite, where it's like, the bounty hunters were like constantly killing each other or stepping over each other to further themselves and to have them save their own skin. So it's kind of like an inverted version of the box, whereas the box is like the selfish one, whereas this is
how do you spell box? Do you know? I'm just out of curiosity.
What do you mean?
The box?
B-O-X.
B-O-X.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
What did you
sorry.
What?
I didn't know if it had some like fancy Star Wars spelling to it or something like that.
No, it's just the box.
Just the box.
Like in Hellraiser, you opened the box and now you're
right.
Mm-hmm.
You asked me, you're like, how do you spell the box? I was like, what?
I don't know if it was like 2 X's or something like that. Leave me alone. It's been a long night.
I was like, wait, what?
So Nar Zagoth, Abominor Master, is not with us for that long. He gets destroyed. But I thought that was interesting. It says that he girded himself in layers of interlocking heat-resistant tantalum carbide torn from the roots of the mountains of Mustafar. And then he flew through the sun, Muazzin, igniting it into a supernova between the impact and ensuing radiation. He committed genocide against the Mu'abin. It says the unsuspecting inhabitants of the system, the gentle 5-limbed Mu'abin, were no more. I guess my question is, like, did the Mu'abin, like, aren't they under the protection of the Celestials? Like, how could they be destroyed?
Mm-hmm.
Are they progenitor or what? Not approved.
I thought they were progenitor. I thought they were. Maybe I'm wrong.
I guess that.
Anyways,
well, no,
the enraged starbird that lived in Muazzin took on Nar Zagoth and destroyed him.
So can you just imagine that this big Abominor like robot in space, like
they
going
must have
going against this giant starbird that just bursted out of a star? Like, that's so cool.
I thought they were resolute, but I guess you're right. Yeah, and they lost the protection. Yeah, I know, right? That starbird thing.
Awesome? That's badass. Awesome. Like, this is like the age of like gods and
giant entities.
Like, it's so cool. Ooh,
although the Mu'abin didn't entirely die, it says they themselves did not perish, for even as lethal fires poured down on them, they and their fauna were transferred to the unseen realm. Okay, never mind. Sorry, it's answered in the next one. Okay,
there we go.
They were basically raptured at this point.
They all kind of left.
Sorry, they had me in the first half there because they said that they were no more, but in fact they were just taken to Star Wars heaven. Sorry, I know the unseen realm is probably far more complex than that, but
for shorthand,
I like this. I like this part at the end. Yeah, exactly. At the end of page 450, millennia later, when rumors reached the Silentium that the Abominor yet lived, they resolved to find and eradicate them at all costs. But after many years of hunting, the Abominor were nowhere to be found, and they ceased looking. Around this time, another rumor reached them that their parent race had not died but joined the Celestials. That would be the Mu'abin. This led them to seek out the satellite galaxies in search of the Aetherius tunnel to the unseen realms. What they'd find instead was their ancestral enemy.
Ooh.
So
And
that being the Abominor.
Yeah.
And then on page 451, we get the story of Lady Oleanis, the human nurse, and Celine, who I think is a pureblood Sith.
This is awesome, for the record.
I
This
love
was
this story.
the highlight of
This
this
was a
reading for
good
me.
one.
This
I
was
really
a great story.
Wow, really? Okay,
I
that's
love this.
Wow. Okay. Does anyone want to briefly recap the story?
Well, first, I just want to point out 450 how they mentioned that the Abominor go to the satellite galaxy of Yamsara, which
yes, of course,
is the Yuzan Vong galaxy.
Yes.
So, obviously they get into conflict with them, but also it's kind of cool how I like that it's like they seek out satellite galaxies in search of this Aetherius tunnel to the unseen realm. So somewhere out there in the void, there is this tunnel to the unseen realm. So like imagine just like you get lost out there and you just stumble upon it and then you end up in Star Wars heaven.
Man, you go through one wrong door and you're in heaven. You're like,
yeah.
My own theory is that it's on or connected to the sacred worlds, right? Like Ravath and Anduin or something like that. There's something to do with those worlds that I think leads to the unseen realm. I don't know because I'm not crazy and going to go searching for it. But
yeah. Isn't there like there's obviously portals into Ilithurion as well, so it's like you're either going to stumble upon that one or you're going to stumble upon the good one,
or you open a door and find yourself in Sigil, the city of doors. Sorry, no one's going to get that reference here. No one, but maybe someone watching one day will.
Cool.
Yeah, it is cool. So Celine and Oleanis, does anyone want to just briefly recap the story here?
I feel like I've been talking a lot, so I'm going to let someone else do it.
Ken, you want to give it a shot? Because I know I'm going to screw up every single
I can give it a shot. We got this pure-blooded Sith, Roska Celine. He's a Sith warlord, and he's powerful, young, seems, and people don't like him. Apparently, it took an entire army to bring him down, but so he gets injured in battle, and while he's recovering from his wounds, he grows smitten with a human nurse named Lady Orleanis. And she has abilities in the Force that she's like a healer. So she's a nurse. Yeah.
Yep.
But he starts to fall for her, and they have these conversations, and his whole opinion on Sith ideology changes. And there's actually a paragraph where
can you read the paragraph?
Yeah, Lady Orleanis basically describes the dark side ideology in a very interesting way, and I will read that for us. The Sith way is like a man who has 3 sons and limited rations, Lady Orleanis started. The first is largest and permitted to eat whatever he will. The second child fights him and wins food for himself, but the third child is young and small, so he starves and dies. When the second son accuses the father of allowing this to happen, the father says it is the natural order that the strong survive and the weak die. So the second son steals into his older brother's room at night and slits his throat. What do you think of the natural order? What do you think of the natural order now? He asks his grieving father. But in a rage, the father kills his second son. So having lost all his children, he falls into madness and throws himself off the ramparts.
So they fall in love, and not only that, but they have a child. They have a child together. And once he learns that Lady Oleanis was with child, as they say, he vowed to the Celestials, of all people, that their children would never be subject to the Sith philosophies, because she's convinced him that the Sith philosophies are perverted. And so he plotted to fake his death. And in order to do that, he has to kill his crew.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. No, yeah, we're going strong. We still got a ways to go.
We still got
we'll see. This might be like anyways. We're making progress. For page 453 out of 478. So Celine,
wow.
yeah,
got a lot.
devises to where I'm going. I'm finishing. I don't care. Anyone can leave whenever they need to, but
Me
I'm
too.
going.
We're
Yeah.
going. We're going.
No,
Oh,
well, yeah,
thank you.
we're trying to break it down. We're trying to give it its proper due.
Mhm.
Sleep and rest be damned. But yeah, Celine basically has to dispatch his his Sith crew, right? And so he arranges, I think, for them for basically to like isolate them on a planet. And I forget his name, Tantra. I don't know his first name though. I think it sounds like his full name, but like that's his kind of like his right hand.
Aten Tantra.
Oh,
Aten
yeah,
Tantra.
Aten
Tantra.
Aten Tantra.
Yeah, he basically like says something that's contrary to Sith philosophy, and Tantra's like, blasphemer, how could you? And he's like, no. He's like,
No.
He walks it back just enough for the guy to put his guard down, and then
And then he just kills him straight up.
and then he cuts off his head.
Mhm.
Sick.
Just beheaded him.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a very interesting analogy. No, I knew what you meant. Sleep is for the weak. The strong never sleep. Well, actually, sleep is incredibly important. Yeah, I read this book like 3 years ago called "Why We Sleep," and anyway, it explains like scientifically why sleep is important. I learned nothing from it that I incorporated into my life, but it was it made a good case for why sleep is important. Then he kills the remaining crew, and he drags all 3 bodies one by one into the ship and triggers what would be perceived as an accidental explosion. Within the ship were objects of clothing and weapons that could be identified as his personal effects. So he basically fakes his own death, right? And then he goes and meets Lady Oleanis on like a predetermined planet where they're going to live out the remainder of their days in peace. And then we get on page 454 references to the Great Underground Empire, which is what their descendants form. So the children of Lord Selene and Lady Oleanis were born with even greater abilities than their parents, and together they began the rebuilding of the wondrous Mu'abin Underground, which they now called the Kingdom of Quendor, literally the Queen's Earth, as if blessed by the departed Mu'abin, or because of the power of the cosmos they wielded, was put towards benevolent ends. In the long years following the War of the Temporal Plains, their dynasty and realms grew strong. Later clans would unfortunately be split into conflicting nations. That's the way of things. But they grew and were bolstered by the coming of a near-human race with planar-shaped pates, along with the merry and convivial spirits who settled the first of several of their communities. The various nations would now finally unite under the rule of King Antharion, who helped to expand what was now a great underground empire.
Based.
Yep.
It's like the Tom Waits song, Underground.
That's a good story. It's a really good story.
I really enjoyed that story.
Enjoyed this story.
There's also a reference to the Grus reproducing in dangerous numbers, taking over the underground, because it says others whispered that magical portals that connected the underground passages to other worlds allowed the deadliest of races to penetrate them. And then King Antharion called them the Grushite, which would then meant coming of dread, but later served as a particularly nasty insult for arms dealers. But anyways, it says that they would later be aided by the Ones, impressed by what a former Sith and his heirs could accomplish. A former Sith and his heirs. The rulers of this dynasty called these mysterious benefactors the Implementors, naming them after the folk heroes from stories of the outside world. Here, science is wrong, Marcel. I don't think you truly believe that. Lance scaled in heresy. Titus scaled in bait. Yeah, that's exactly right. Speaking of science, page 455, science and magic without bounds. What do you think of this quote? We have not the wisdom of the Celestials, Jolter reasoned, or even the precursors in the earliest days. What you propose is the path of the architects, science and magic without bounds, and that is but another form of tyranny.
It's like the quote from Jurassic Park. What is it? You before you knew what you had, you packaged it. You packaged
Stuff
it
in a plastic lunchbox. You selling it. You're selling it.
Just because science told you that you could,
Doesn't mean
you
you
never
should.
stopped to ask whether or not you should.
Yeah.
Just while we're on the subject of science, I threw this in the chat earlier, but the nurse's story about the 3 sons reminded me of this great natural habitat short about owls because owls feed their strongest young.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I love those shorts. I'm the only person on earth. I show those to all kinds of people. No one else likes them.
What, these short videos or whatever?
Yeah, the cute little animal videos. They're so cute and no one cares. They're like, okay.
Aw,
They're
I like
adorable.
animal videos.
They're cute.
Well,
Oh.
Al had
okay.
to. No, I'm just kidding. He's back. He's back.
I was so confused. I was like, did it black out?
Because he's like, no one cared, so I thought it was the moment.
Wow, just
Yeah.
Just
throw
get
me
rid
out
of him.
too.
I'm
Insult
sorry,
the intro.
Al. Just because I could didn't mean that I should have. And then the response to that is that science and magic without bounds, but another form of tyranny, is boundaries are the worst kind of tyranny, where they place shackles on what science and magic can accomplish when practiced by men of great intellect, such as we. Yeah.
I don't
Uh-huh.
know. I mean, I don't think you should have something like such magic and such powers like just limitless. Like I think it should be like, I don't know, regulated or something.
Yeah. I mean,
Because I mean, if everyone has like, you know, crazy powers and stuff, then you kind of have like a really bad kind of structure there where you have just kind of people.
Exactly. It leads to bad
absolute-
science.
absolute
Unregulated
power
science
corrupts
leads to bad
absolutely.
science.
Yeah, it kind of also brings up the topic of the Jedi during the Vong War, where because like Luke wanted to establish the Jedi Council to rein in renegade Jedi who would just kind of go off and do their own thing,
Mhm.
With all this power and acting as wardens of certain areas like Kip Duron was, and his cohorts, whereas Luke wanted to rein them in and make the Jedi Council and everything, whereas and like Jason was obviously opposed to that. So it's like, you have these basically super soldiers with these crazy powers just kind of running amok. You need something to regulate them and to make sure that they don't go crazy and become like out of control. So
Right.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
I agree with this sentiment of that like unregulated like or like unchecked like science and magic is kind of like a a spawn of bad things. So
we're actually talking about 4 different. I think he was. God, were they in chapter? I think they were chapter 46. I want to say
It was the first one we read this
Yeah.
this session.
it was the Taspan section. Lance, if you go in the table of contents, it was a very fun section to read. Then on page 456, we get the reference to Seal 5, which is, I believe, referenced in the Marvel comics, if I recall correctly. The only thing I remember from it is that there was a big statue, the goddess Onrai, in like the middle of the city square, and of course Onrai is, as we know, Telotny.
Yeah.
But the
I gotta
whole
read
thing
those.
here. Yeah, you do. I recently acquired. Well, I actually have them all in like the Dark Horse reprints with the different colored graphic novels, but I recently acquired the 3 hardcover Marvel omnibuses of the original 77 series. So I'm
I have those too.
ready to reread it. Like my body is ready. So
I've got
I just
reading.
if you I'm not going to say what my username was, but if you go back to my posts on the Force.net message boards when I was reading those comics for the first time, like 20 something years ago, it was it's just a wild time to be alive for me. I love them. I love them, and I always considered them to be canon. And back then, there was just like factions, right? There were people who didn't even consider any of the EU to be canon, and there were people who considered none of the Marvel comics to be canon. But for me, again, being the maximalist that I always have been, they were within continuity.
Then they brought in Lumaya, and then they were like inarguably canon.
Yeah,
that's right. So what happens when they? So basically, what happens is the firstborn learn about Typhogem's plot. At this point, we return to Typhogem's plot.
Uh-oh.
seeking to re-engineer Hypergate to pierce the dimensional veil. And so I believe, and we also get a reference to Dr. Jessica Bentvine, which I believe is a reference to, I think in the end notes, Kevin Beanchez, who's a molecular biologist and also a member of Joe's Discord server. So head of ethical engineering and bioscience developed the plasma cannons, which would quickly and safely destroy hypergates. So they start to destroy hypergates around the galaxy. Of course, the Gree are not too happy about this. And Gorog, it says once that she discovered that the hypergates were being destroyed across the galaxy, she summarily decreed the discovery and destruction of the plasma cannons and their carriers, specifically tasking Typhogen with hunting them down. Yet even for him, the secret network and its origin point proved elusive. I feel like there's a meme here. She's like, I want you to stop these plasma cannons from being destroyed, and he's like, oh, well, I was going to do that anyways. But
she goes into her living room and she's like, Typho, you got to get off the couch. You got to do this.
Okay. Get off the couch or I'm calling mom.
But the hypergates start to get destroyed, and we're told on. I'm just going to jump ahead real quickly on page 458 that the Firstborn Council arranged for numerous teams across the galaxy to arm themselves with plasma cannons to ensure the systematic destruction of hypergates on every inhabited world from the deep core outwards. Most of the elder races and a few of their offspring could achieve the same effect with their own technology, but for most, the cannons were a necessity. And sort of jumping ahead, to replace the gates being removed at a rapid rate, the Allied races now began mass-producing hyperdrives as a practical form of intergalactic travel, so they would have another means of connecting to each other across the galaxy. But a war was still going on, and only a few races would still be able to avail themselves of this technology. I feel like hyperdrives is incredibly inefficient compared to a hypergate. Like, as I understand how hypergate technology works, I don't know if they're the same as quad-infinity gates. I think they're very similar, is that you like literally step through and you're in the location that you need to be in.
Yeah.
So I guess the argument would be sort of like trains versus cars. So like trains can only take you to certain like specific destinations, whereas cars can theoretically take you most places. However, cars is more like individual upkeep or whatever. Basically, in terms of like efficiency and probably like cost or whatever, definitely like hypergates. But
okay. All right, I got something to say on that. So, like hypergates, like every planet has to have one for you to travel between them.
That's right.
But like, that kind of diminishes the ability to like explore a planet, that may not have a hypergate, So it's like, and hypergates obviously, and quantum infinity gates obviously become technology of the past because like you can't really like manufacture it like it's a like a hyperdrive engine or something, so they just become outdated, I guess, and obviously outdated, but incredibly hard to build even if they weren't outdated, whereas a hyperdrive you can build, you can make your calculations, you can go anywhere.
And this is why Dawn of the Jedi Into the Void is a great book and is a based book because, great might be too strong a word. It's a fine book. It's not a bad book because there is like the plot of it is essentially a race to get to that hypergate on Typhon. Still exists. And so very relevant for supernatural encounters. And you should read Dawn of the Jedi Into the Void. Okay, Al.
Listen. If I can get some Tho lore in the next couple of chapters, I'll be all right. I'll be like, okay, all right.
One thing that I did not want to gloss over was that there's reference to the Aquine and the Velmok, and basically the Velmok stand guard while the Aquine essentially go to ground. It says that a remnant would relocate to Tumuli, the name given to the vast underground city that had been engineered beneath Sol 5 in the years before the Empyrean Wars. And so it says the entrances to Tumuli had been concealed beneath large statues of Onrai spread throughout their municipality. So that's like that statue of Onrai, like the statue of Telotni in like in the Marvel comic. A clever ruse is the Maldont would not think to desecrate the idol of Vol's mate. So we have Onrai and Vol. And then in the footnote 128, there's a reference to a third member of this trinity called Apru, who was considered too mysterious to worship. Gee, I wonder who that could be.
Yeah. So Vol is obviously
Cold
Vol
Dandelion,
Bandicam,
yeah.
and Onrai being Telatni. That's cool.
And then on page 458, we get a reference to the Gree's reaction to the destruction of the hypergates. They're furious and nearly withdrew from participation in the council because they're like, well, our gates are fine. Like, you know, it's the Qua Infinity gates that caused all this problems. And they were assured that mounting raids on the on the guarded Infinity gates would be done as well, and they'd be, you know, but the Quad, I think, already eliminated the weaponized Infinity gates. Like, they already kind of taken care of the problem. And they basically, I think, tried to reason with the Gree that if Typhagem obtains one of the Crystal Riders or finds another means of converting the hypergates to interdimensional gates, the old ones will be able to withdraw, hide, expand their forces, and attack from other dimensions at will. And given the massive advantage this would give them, and the horrors that emerge from just one hidden dimension, that being Illithurian, I think, we do not need to tell you how devastating that would be. Our only hope is the elimination of the hypergates.
And that's
now,
another challenge that hypergates present is those kind of things and the weaponization of them. Whereas hyperdrives, you can't really do such things. You can't open portals to other space with them.
Unless, of course, this is The Last Jedi, in which you can use it to nuke.
Oh, God. Use it as like a missile.
We don't talk about that.
Wait, how does that? Who here has read Cross Current by Paul Kemp?
Me.
Okay. Do you recall how the ship travels forward in time? I thought it was like a hyperspace issue or incident.
I think it was. I could be wrong though.
Anyways, apparently sometimes hyperspace can cause you to
Yeah,
pierce.
but like you're not gonna open a portal to like the dark eldritch realm of
I mean, you put in
the
wrong coordinates.
I mean, if you do, it's a very slim chance, and you have more of a chance of doing it with a hypergate.
Is that a bet, Max? Because I'm gonna reverse engineer. I'm gonna use a particle accelerator to reverse engineer.
When we do a Star Wars RPG, we're definitely getting stranded in hyperspace, and we're definitely have to fight a Star Weird.
Well, I know.
Oh goodness.
I know Lance, my good friend. We want to play the Dark Strider campaign sometime, so you guys should definitely get in on that. And we're gonna maybe like live stream it or something like that on Lance's channel or something.
Love that.
Yeah, that would be very cool. So then on page 460, we finally get into my favorite part of book 5, part 1, the hidden Pitham stuff.
Yes, that was very cool.
It blew my mind. But hidden Pitham, who is the son of Splendid App, right? Yes. Has a very interesting conversation with the Mind Matrix.
Yes.
Do either of you know, or any of you know, what the Mind Matrix is? The Mind Matrix of the world between worlds.
Yeah. My understanding of it is that he is essentially like the watcher of the world between worlds. Like, essentially, like maybe like the watcher of Marvel in a way, where it kind of watches over that realm. I mean, the Watcher like kind of watches over like the multiverse as a whole, which I guess could translate to like the world between worlds, because like that is like the area between different universes, maybe. So I would say like the Mind Matrix is kind of just like the custodian of the world between worlds, essentially.
That's cool.
That's just how I interpreted it.
I'm just like Mind Matrix.
I mean, Matrix, you know, everyone knows. I don't gotta say it. I want to say it. I won't.
Just say it. Why don't you just say it?
Come on now.
Matrix of leadership. That's it. There's irrelevant, utterly.
And Transformers, of course.
Of course.
Pitham tells the Mind Matrix that wisdom is knowledge and practice. I agree with that. Whenever I play, people are asking when we play D&D, it's like, what's the difference between intelligence and wisdom? The two different stats. It's like intelligence is knowing that tomato is a fruit, And wisdom is knowing that you don't put tomato in fruit salad. The Matrix stars Revan. It does. Well, yeah. The fan cast of Revan. That's true. It all comes together. It all comes together.
Indeed.
The nature of the human race is that
Sorry, I'm just kidding. Restarting it from the beginning.
I was so confused. I was like, what the hell just happened?
We had a message from our sponsor. But you know, from the Supreme Maker himself.
Skillshare.
But I really thought that was, you know, wisdom is knowledge and practice. I think that's true. And then I think this part's interesting. Pitham says on page, I think this is 461, it brings forth discernment, but these three are only part of a larger ring. For I've seen that it is not by these alone that one should proceed, but by the unquantifiable component of compassion. Yet, as this falls into the area of philosophical, moral, and metaphysical, one must ask, by whose standards are we to apply this? Neti, Journey, Biff, human? And then the Mind Matrix says, in tone, so that answer has eluded kings and queens, philosophers and priests, thinkers, and the greatest minds of science. In tone, the Mind Matrix. So, I mean, no answers here in that respect, but I thought that was a very interesting exchange. And then on page 461 as well, we get some very interesting celestial lore from the Mind Matrix. I actually might just throw it up there. Also, we're getting very close to the reference that I was talking about earlier, the Willow reference. Or, sorry, not the Willow reference.
There's a lot of really cool references in here.
The Time Bandits reference, which we'll talk about. But this is the part I just read. This exchange right over here. And then the celestial, we get some celestial lore here. The celestials no longer speak to their wayward inhabitants, the wayward inhabitants of the galaxy. I am uncertain that they would deign to speak to the architects or their offspring, meaning himself. And then we talk about, you know, they are celestials who'd entered into the quantum fabric of reality to better guide the living towards the harmonious nexus of growth and health. They are careful not to interfere with the freedom to do good or ill, so they don't interfere with free will. We know this from previous chapters. For which reason the wills do not command, but speak only through the midi-chloria, which is very cool. Yeah.
So the Valdalar are the ones. They're talking about the ones here that basically go into reality and take on like this corporeal form and guide the galaxy.
Right.
And just before that, they said, you know, the Mind Matrix says, you have searched out the lands beyond the veil. There remains one you have not yet explored. Your sire fashioned a domain akin to the one in which you were born. It is called Hyperion and has been in development since that time by the Valdalar. So the Valdalar, the ones, have been basically shepherding the Hyperion universe into development.
That being the Disney canon.
That being the Disney canon universe. And that that tracks because in that universe, they like the Mortis gods, the ones are the ones who essentially build everything in that universe. They're like the top gods in that universe,
right?
Whereas in Sky River in the EU, we have, you know, the architects and the celestials and everything like that. But in the Disney universe, their highest tier is the ones. So
it works very well.
It does.
Yeah,
it
with
works
the existing lore.
well. Yeah.
It makes so much sense.
And then you know, it says they entered they're celestials who entered the quantum fabric of reality. And then they, you know, for which reason the wills do not command, but speak only through the midichlorians. And wait, where did it go? Sorry.
Sorry, it's right over here. I was reading the bottom, which I'm going to get to, but
no, there was something else I was looking for, but
here, his time in Hyperion was not misspent. Is it this part? With the mysterious aid of the Valdalar, it developed some of its verdant potential. I just thought this. Although perilous forces had taken root there, it's like what's these perilous forces? What's the metatextual context for this perilous forces? Is it whoever J.J. Abrams and Ryan Johnson are those perilous forces?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm kidding. I don't think that's what he's getting at. But like that's for me, like the huge disengaging factor was the sequel trilogy, and so it's like when I think of perilous forces taking root in the Disney canon, it's that's what I think of. But then I see like there's efforts made since then to really I think make more consistent consistent works and projects and stuff like that. So
then going off that, some of its verdant potential, it says, though disconcerting were its similarities and differences to its parent realm. So they mention how there are things that are incredibly similar between Sky River and Hyperion.
Disconcerting differences.
Yeah. So
yeah, I mean, like Luke
Jason
Skywalker,
Ben Solo. It's weird.
Anyways, I don't mean to alienate any sequel trilogy fans. It's just my personal opinion. But yeah, it's just interesting when I read that, and I'm not saying that this is what the text is getting at. I'm just saying that I'm reading my own experience into that text, which I think is largely the point of really any engagement with fiction, right? Is like I'm going to read like my own experience of the text, and that's sort of what I took away from it personally. But this part I really liked, and I didn't want to gloss over it because I really thought this part kind of touched me a bit, and this is why I love this section so much. Is Hidden Pitham says, "This may not have been the answer I had sought, but it seems a wise course no less, a circuitous path to the same end, which mayhaps brings some good to others along the way." And then the Mind Matrix said, "No better occupation can there be." And I honestly, I really feel that. Like, I really feel like, service to others and just like putting some good back into the world. It's like, what better goal is there than that?
Yeah.
That goes back to my famous Knights of the Old Republic story that I think I've told here. I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. But that game really illustrated to me in like the most direct fashion that doing things for like the selfish dark side sucks and is boring and lame and mostly a lot of busy work, whereas helping people is cool and gets you way more XP.
Yeah.
Marcel, funny how it's designed that way.
Yeah. Marcel, can you read like the last sentence in like your narrator voice there?
Which one? The
on 461, it kind of leaves off on a really interesting note.
It's been a while since I've done this. Intrigued by these overlapping chronicles, Pitham went to explore them, at which time he suddenly felt a frigid and alien presence.
Ooh, foreboding.
That's been a while. I haven't done the narrator voice in a while. And what is that? What is that alien presence? It's the torment of Typhagum.
Yay! Squid Man.
An intruder had breached the prodigious gates.
Ooh.
The prodigious gates. There we go. So Typhagum returns to Carnal and Cornus, the two crystal riders, and I believe manages to use them this time to actually pierce the interdimensional veil. But before we get there, I'm going to stop sharing screen because we're going to just talk about this. But before we get there, we get some interesting Wookiee lore. And we find out, and this is mentioned in the endnotes, that it's actually elsewhere in the EU that it's been basically hinted at or indicated that Kashyyyk is not the home planet of the Wookiees.
Yeah.
So there's Rook became contaminated, while Drayton itself, upon which dwelt one of the earliest civilizations of the Cephi, was rendered lifeless. And this is due to the Drayton system basically getting destroyed, I believe, as a result of... Is it Typhagum that did this?
Yeah.
I believe so.
It seems to be him who's responsible.
Yeah. Upon securing her, Oh, so he took Cornus into his grasp, and his hand began to wither. Thinking quickly, he restored her to Carnal, and all effects of the disease vanished. But basically, he embedded in the heart of the sun, Cornus's cries of defiance burst apart her luminous body in order to destroy the old one. So it was actually Cornus who did it. She went supernova to try and destroy Typhagem and his minions, but he himself remained unharmed, eerily glowing from within as he reached and pulled Cornus into his grasp. So, but her efforts caused the Wookiees of Rawuk to relocate to a pristine new world of massive and stately trees, which they called Kashyyyk. Is that how you guys pronounce it as well?
Yay.
Kashyyyk.
Yeah.
Kashyyyk, yeah.
Yeah.
Cash.
Is that in the? That's how they pronounce it in Icy Old Republic, is Kashyyyk.
Kashyyyk? Really?
Yeah, but I've always said Kashyyyk. Is that?
I said
that's
Kashyyyk in the movie. So,
yeah,
like,
is it in episode 3? Did they say it?
Yeah, like Mace
Okay,
Windu's like
alright.
Yoda will like reinforce the Wookiees on Kashyyyk or something.
What about the droid attack on the
And the
Wookiees?
Wookiees.
Well, I didn't know if
Yes.
they actually said the name of the world. I don't know about
No, they do.
my encyclopedic knowledge of Star Wars quotes comes from the OT, and that's about it.
What you mean the prequel memes haven't gotten you to learn every single aspect of those films?
I left that subreddit.
On
6
footnote
years
129, yeah, okay, fair enough. On footnote 129, there's an interesting reference to, I believe, Jedi Fallen Order. The brave Zepho sages established a colony in the Shadowlands. Okay, sorry, go ahead. I took your thunder.
No, it's okay. It says like they relocate to Kashyyyk with Sephi, Wookiees, and Zephonians with whom they had good relations. Good relations with the Wookiees I have.
With the
But,
Wookiees. I felt like that was like a reference to... You can
But
only
they
have
mentioned
relations with the Wookiees, and they can only be good.
Yeah. So in footnote 129, it says brave Zepho sages established a colony in the Shadowlands and in the roots of the origin tree in penance for their race's fall from grace. When most of the Zepho departed for the unknown regions, they remained content to serve as silent guardians in veneration of Kashyyyk's sunline verdure. I don't know. But essentially, there's a whole mission in Jedi Fallen Order, the video game, where Cal Kestis goes to Kashyyyk looking for this Zepho temple, this exact one, and they find it right there in the origin tree. And the Zepho are long gone by then, but there is remnants of their order. You have the guards, like the big Zepho kind of robot mech things that are there, and they that were an absolute terror to fight in the game. But it's just really cool. We've said so many times, I love the taking from the Disney canon and putting it in the EU.
I know.
So
It's about time. It's about time.
I know. It's like taste of your own medicine. But it's cool though. I love all these things because it's like it's all like geographically like perfect too, because it's like that's exactly where you go in the game to find this Zepho temple. It's really cool.
Yeah, I think that's great, and like just it makes sense, like regardless of how you feel about the Disney universe. And I think most people even people who don't really care for Disney Star Wars content, like are fairly neutral, or at least like favorably inclined towards Jedi Fallen Order. I think. Yeah,
because those games are just good. They're just fun Star Wars games,
Yeah. So I just think it works and it makes sense, right? Like, from a lore perspective. Anyways, it's my personal opinion, but I think it works.
They're just good games. That highly recommend them. They're just really good.
And like this is why, like, whenever I hear a criticism about like, oh, why is Supernatural Encounters drawing in all these other elements from these different things that I don't really care, but like it works so good.
Mm-hmm.
Like it makes sense. It's not just like drawing in willy-nilly or something like that. It's done with purpose and intent.
Yeah.
The true architect here is the author, who's Joe's like taking pains to draw all these things in and because they make sense.
Yeah.
Right?
You just said that, so I don't.
Maybe not.
Yeah. So you just said that. I don't know if anyone watched the recent Loki season 2 finale.
I didn't, but go ahead and spoil it for me.
All right. So at the end of it, Loki essentially
Wait, I'm gonna hold up my wine glass for the extent that she's talking about Loki. So if you want to mute it, I will put my wine glass down when she's down.
Okay. So essentially, Loki like grabs all of the different timelines of the multiverse at the end of time, and he basically like brings them, like he carries them all with him at the citadel of the at the end of time where they found He Who Remains, and then he brings them all together and makes this big Yggdrasil tree from like Norse mythology that stabilizes the multiverse and makes it all one like cohesive, just this big tree of stories. And when you just said that, like Joe Bongiorno is like, takes all these threads and puts them together, it just reminded me of Loki just pulling together all these different multiverses and making just this big tree of stories. So, yeah.
So to recap, Joe is a trickster god from Norse mythology, confirmed, according to Maxine. I'm just kidding.
Okay, but Loki had a big character development. He wasn't really like a bad guy anymore. So,
of course, yeah. That was fairly evident, I think, from as far back as season 1. This, I want to say, so Harry, that did stand out to me, the Oren Nanans. I might actually just go ahead and Google. I don't know what I'll find, but...
Sorry if your arm got tired there, myself, from holding up the cup.
No, it's okay. They're a sentient species. Mention the Despotica Part 4, of course. So I haven't actually read the Despotica Part 4 yet live on my channel because I still have to edit Despotic Part 1, despite having done 2 and 3. Google Decapod. Okay, interesting.
Despotica is really good.
That makes sense. Crab-like species with 10 limbs.
There's also something that we'll get to a bit later regarding the Aperian universe, but we'll touch on that later.
Yes, we're nearly there, but first we have to find out.
It's nothing in the book, but it's just something that I discovered recently that I'll let you all in on.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm just going to read this next part, and then we can talk about it, because so Typhogen brings Carnell, one of the Crystal Riders, to his scientific teams. I love how he has scientific teams. This giant.
Do you think they're like squid people in like lab coats?
They have like glasses.
But held back Cornus to test what might occur. At once, the scientists became afflicted with a withering disease and began dying. Lord Zeoran Eopax perished during this plague, as did numerous Galdarians and Zothians. Once Cornus was reunited with Carnell, the pestilence ended and the surviving scientists resumed their work. The two crystals together were now used as a power source, relay network, and a focusing lens to create the hypergate. Create from the hypergate an interdimensional gate to pierce the cloak. Into this window, Typhagem flew. So he's finally achieved his goal, we think, at least, in terms of piercing the interdimensional veil and, traveling different dimensions.
So yes. I was about to make a joke when you said his scientists, but Harry Henry is trying to tell us it's Zoidberg from Futurama.
No,
I'm about to make a Zoidberg joke from. Is that right, Harry?
Oh, that's funny.
Because that came up right away.
I didn't know that. Yeah,
that's so funny. Oh my god!
I was like, wait a second.
Hold on.
That's
Harry will tell us if you got it right. But yeah, okay. So he flies into the window, and then we get reference to. Oh, there we go. Nailed it. See, that's why there's 4 of us. At least one of us will get a reference to something, and if we don't, then Brennan or Alex will. Infinities. What's your thought?
Oh, well, it says, he appeared in a vast imperial waste station outside the gates of Hyperion, which we know is the Infinities kind of / like Tales universe. Obviously that universe is really cool. But I noticed something recently. I have no idea if it has any bearing on on this name and this universe at all. But in the Book of Sith, in Darth Plagueis' notes, funnily enough, he mentions something regarding midichlorians called the Aperion. I don't know if it has any bearing on this whatsoever, but it's just, same name.
Very well could, because Book of Sith incorporates ideas from supernatural encounters into it.
Yeah. So it's like the Aperion includes and unites all matter, giving it shape and cohesion. Aspects of the Aperion include gravity and electromagnetism. Though the term encompasses everything in both space and time, many of the abilities understood as belonging to the unifying force are tied to the Aperion. So, like, I'm not sure if that has any bearing on it, but I just thought it was a little, same name and everything. I'm not sure if there was anything from this that actually went into the naming of that universe, but it was worth mentioning. Just, just for the hell of it. So, I don't know.
And finally, we get to the reference on page 463. We get to the Terry Gilliam reference of Time Bandits, and this was a movie that I watched as a kid and I loved, and later watched, the other two in the unofficial trilogy, Brazil and The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. But Time Bandits, also starring Warwick Davis. So this is the reference here. It's on page 463. The time merchants of Kronos and the Fata who ruled Legavum, and came to view himself as the origin of evil until he was thwarted by 6 Nelwyn. So Nelwyn, of course, is the race that from Willow. That's what Willow is. He's a Nelwyn. 6 Nelwyn and a human child who believe they stole a map of time from the Supreme Maker. And there's a reference. There's a character in Time Band. It's called the Supreme Being. So it works. It works. It all works. It makes sense, and it involves Warwick Davis.
It's so
that's why I love it.
He just keeps coming back.
And it worked. Yeah, Warwick Davis has been like a constant figure on this stream tonight, and I'm sure he'll come up again in the Ewok stuff when we get to that later on.
I'm trying to find a good picture of the Time Bandits. Good enough.
We also get another. We also get a little mention of the flow walking of the Ang-T here.
That's right. We do.
Cool. Yeah.
The time worms. But yeah, this is.
Oh my god!
Awesome.
Fun movie.
Cool.
Brazil was my favorite of the 3, but fun movie. Love them all. And then we find out that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Al.
No,
you're adding it to the list.
No. My brother-in-law has screamed at me every Christmas to watch Brazil. He's gotten me Brazil, I think, twice on DVD. Still haven't watched it. No, it's on the list.
You gotta watch it.
So, if I'm understanding this correctly, the Infinity Realm, right? It says the worlds of the Infinity Realm had come into existence at various times and places and were wrought through various means comprised mainly of the experiments of Splendid App. They came to house the trials of Darth Ramage, the forbidden use of the Orb of Passage, the ingestion of the Time Worms, the I'm not going to pronounce that, Memorial Planet, and the flow walking of the Ang-T. So, and I'm not sure if it means the futures that you could see with Ang-T flow walking could be views into the realm of Aperion.
I think that's a fair assumption, right?
Yeah,
because it's a realm of sort of what could be.
What if?
Right?
Yeah.
What ifs, right? So
that's interesting. I don't know.
I love this part. The unseen realm alone remained concealed from Typhagim's sight, inaccessible and unassailable, but he could sense the invisible pathways all around, strange and hallucinogenic passages. And though he did not fully comprehend it, it was he who created a bridge between Hyperion, and Sky River. So it's Typhagim's fault that
God damn it,
That
Typhogen.
Star Wars Tales ruined society.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
bet.
that the Disney canon steals from the EU and vice versa
Oh,
now.
yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Typhogen.
It's but yeah, I almost like I'm trying to square that lore away with the world between worlds and like how does it all work in my head? And I just need like some kind of like cosmological map. And maybe it's not that simple and it just defies explanation. But I don't know. I mean,
okay, I think what I would see is like, okay, so like if you have like Aperion, Hyperion, and Sky River like all in a row, and then on above that,
Yeah.
above those three would be the world between worlds. You know, it's not necessarily between the worlds, considering there's three of them. So, you know, or maybe it's like the connective tissue between all three.
So maybe to
sounds
go
about
back to the
right.
train analogy. So each universe is a track, and then the world between worlds is like the station, is like Grand Central Station,
Yeah.
where each universe is a track.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's better than what I was saying.
Because the way I interpret it
trains.
is like it's like a thread that goes through all three
Yeah.
universes.
Yeah, I think that's a fair
there anything
interpretation as well. So Typhagem, with his great wing spread, approaches the great gates to the realm of dream, as we know, as we've referred to it before as Onericor. And that's where he comes into contact with two of my favorite characters in this book so far, Kai Thuastra and Nothingra. Wait, sorry, yeah, not Nothingra. Sorry, Northingra. Kai Thuastra and Northingra. These two, for all intents and purposes, dragons, and this is the. I'm going to share the picture, but Kai Thuastra is green Kadri Ra. His color morphs from gold and black, and then we have a sand dragon named Northingra. His color is transmuted to shades of blue, and they have this like very very interesting exchange with Typhagem, and I'm just gonna share pictures because I don't know why, but this kind of reminded me of I don't think this is what Joe was going for. It's just like my mind working in weird ways, but it reminded me of like the Never-Ending Story and how he approaches the sphinxes on either side, and how Atreyu has to pass through them, and is that not the first sphinxes because those are just like death machines, but like the actual Southern Oracle, I think it was called, or something like that. The second sphinxes, and they had I don't know, good advice for him. But anyways, here's Kai Thurastra, and
Oof, that is so cool.
Oh,
yeah, it's just
it's
dragons are
amazing.
majestic creatures, and this is our
that?
Northingra. Yeah. And like you can see, like they have like this. If it is not the Lord of Destruction himself, one of them sneered. Like they're having fun with him. We are the wardens of dream beyond the circle of the flesh. If you go back to that map that we shared, that Jesse shared with us earlier, I think dream is mentioned in that circle.
I think it's so cool that there's just these two giant like dragons just like guarding this realm.
The Dreamlands, yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that's so badass. It's just like
That's
you
awesome.
know, it's kind of it's like a video game boss. It's like you're trying to get to the next like area, and then there's just these big dragons just guarding the way. You know,
Almost feels
And
like
it's
a
not even
Dark
like-
Souls boss.
Yeah,
It's not even
yeah.
like they're just like guarding. They're also like roasting the person trying to get in.
I know, they're like-
Yeah.
They're treating it like letter
Wait,
K.
literally, if they could. just
Can
burn
you
them with
read
fire.
this last paragraph, like the last paragraph, the dragons enjoyed part?
Oh, the dragons enjoyed this speech and laughed again. Sultan of the Nightmare Realm, said Kai Thruastra, who suddenly turned silver. Soon to be slumber of Ule beneath the stone city. You are one to talk.
What does a phantasm know? Roared Typhagem. You know what's funny is that this is like a direct Lovecraft reference here, because as we know,
Really?
Cthulhu it sleeps in relay under
Mhm.
underwater, right? So he's slumbering. That's the whole shtick. But then Northingra says, "We have stood guard at this gate since the days of the vernal splendor, long before Illithurian came to be." So that was when the galaxy was whole and everybody was happy.
It's also like it kind of reminds me like how these guys are the guardians of this realm. It's like reminds me of like Cerberus in a way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah.
right.
Mythology, you know, like guarding the underworld and everything. It's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then they tell Typhagem the truth about him. I hail from the outer gods, from whom the architects summoned me. So he thinks he's like from the outer gods. And you're like, actually.
Actually.
Well, you see.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Welcome.
Hey, Alex.
Hello.
Welcome.
Alex.
How you doing?
Good. Good. We're talking about the two dragons.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Marcel, I can read this if you want. You can read their truth typho gem.
You speak of the abyss part, maybe? Read that.
Yeah. You speak of the abyss swarming with unholy eaters and nameless things older than you or we, for there were chained in dense darkness the eldest and most malevolent of patente prisoners from the beginning, recalcitrant black stars like burning mountains, 6 and 1 at the start, personified by the faceless crawler in chaos, embodied as the 7-headed entity of enmity, the lord of all evil, the blind dreamer, Bogan, who is the father of shadows.
So,
Prisoner of Bogan.
the 7-headed entity of enmity sounds like a reference to, you know, the great beast in Revelations. Anyways, for me, right? Like that 7-headed part, which tracks with what I think what the father of shadows is.
Yeah, Alex, I think there's something. Your
Yeah,
mic
Alex,
is picking us up.
There's something
background
going on.
noise.
Oh, sorry, I'm driving.
Oh my god.
Sorry about that. All right.
All right. You can just take yourself on mute if you want to say something. That's all good. So then they tell him about the architects. So they have. So this part's interesting. He came to lead the myriad appellations that followed in their wake. Some who belonged to Pandemonium of the Roaring Sea, some who aligned with the authority of the Rumbling Mountains. Chaos and Dominion, the two great beasts, twisted from what is good and trammeled freedom and harmonious order, until the touch of the Shadow Father curled them to their darkest extremes. For he is himself represented in them, and all their 1,000 faces, forms, and young. The architects are extension of these tendrils, the souring of Wootsek's corporeal dreams, Telotny, Koldan Design, Splendid App. We get like a little, I don't know what, description of each of them, right? Telotny is like the expression of arrogance and beauty, Koldan Design's excitement and frustration, Splendid App, brilliance and apathy. And then the fourth that we never talk about, Horlus, who is as a nameless mist. For this one comes to bring Wootsek back to the Father of Lights, the one above all, to oppose the abyssal spirits manifest in outer darkness. And then through their monstrous offspring, puppets and priests, which is what you are, the 6 in 1 ever reaches out to dominate or destroy. And, Typhagem's like, lies. So what do they call him? Then they start speaking. I love this. Says, this stuff is all like right out of this word over here that I've highlighted is like right out of Lovecraft. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it.
Oh God.
Malignant Hagen of the Nakash. You, dread Typhagem, are destruction. And then Thargorgrat's terror, Urdril hunger, and Ngal's pestilence, which reads to me like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Like if you could say war is destruction, right? Terror would, I guess, be death, technically. Hunger is famine, and then pestilence is, of course, pestilence.
Yeah,
that's what it reads like to me, right? They're like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and I didn't really make that connection before until I read this part. This is the interesting part about book 5, part 1, is that like I'm making all these like the Cylon connections that I never really made before that were maybe there from the beginning, and so yeah, the Bible. Well, absolutely. I probably haven't caught all of them. I would like to eventually catch all of them, but it's probably going to take a reread. Yeah, I think he was driving. That's probably why. I love how they call Typhagem an avatar of an avatar, because that's really what he is, right? Like he's
Yeah.
The dreamlands are shut before you.
Why don't you read this, Max? The dreamlands are shut before you, and then the next part.
You don't expect me to read that?
No,
weird...
not the last part. Don't worry.
Okay, I was like, wait, I'm not going to pronounce that. All right.
See, even you didn't realize it. There you go. I mean, and maybe not, but like it tracks. So
your time is near, old one, but hardly great. Avatar of an avatar, the dreamlands are shut before you. And when you are dead, as soon as you will be, your vile spirit will descend to the sunken city to which you belong. There you will dream foul dreams until your name and nature are no more than the dark stories of those who catch but glimpses and half truths. And then I'm not gonna even think that.
Man. So that I think is like a reference to sort of where Cthulhu is at as we know it in the Call of Cthulhu, right? Like he's like sort of in the underground sunken city. You know what's actually interesting is that there's a lot of also like Cthulhu references. I believe in Crown of the Sunken King, which is Dark Souls 2 DLC. Anyways, it's interesting to see how these ideas permeate across different mediums and games and books and that kind of thing.
Right after that crazy sentence there, it says, but Typhagem, having only heard gibberish at the end, turned away in rage. And I was like,
I love it. I love it.
Typhagem is me with all Star Wars names ever.
Yeah, well, yeah, fair enough. So
Hello.
He thinks only. Oh, Hi. You're back. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, well, I've kept it on mute so that my car noises, I guess, wouldn't ruin anything. I just wanted to mention that was one part over that I did really enjoy, because Typhagem in this book has been like one of the stronger, dangerous, and terrifying foes or beings within this book. And so this happens with a couple characters. I won't spoil future parts of the book for anybody, but it's interesting that you see this guy do awful things and is super powerful throughout the book, and then he reaches these two beings, and to them he's just a joke. Like he tries to hurt them and doesn't do jack. So I just think it really makes the world and the spiritual stuff feel so much bigger when the people that have been kind of the center focus of showing how powerful they are and how much destruction they can cause, and then just being child's play compared to these other ancient and greater things.
Yeah, it's like an onion, right? It's like every time you peel, or like a Matryoshka doll, every time you like peel back a layer, or there's something else there, right?
Yep.
There's always a bigger fish.
There's always a bigger fish. It all comes back to that. Qui-Gon was ahead of his time.
That's the tagline of the stream. There's always a bigger fish. By the way, Alex, if you want to keep yourself off mute, I didn't hear anything in the background this time. So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Is it still good?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Just be careful driving.
Yes.
I am.
Good. Be a safe driver.
I always do.
So,
except when I'm asleep, but that's a different story.
No worries. You express your highest self, Alex. Go for it.
Sorry, I said a different story for another time. I fell asleep while driving once, so that was a bad.
Yeah, that was. I remember that. That was not a.
That's a conversation for after the stream. That was all.
So Typhagem reaches out to Ungal and makes a dark eldritch pact with him, basically saying that like if you help me out, I will I let you, I don't know, whatever, consume whatever these worlds that you want to, right? And so then Ungal tells him about Hidden Pitham, who's not so hidden anymore now that he's been revealed to Typhagem.
He's not so hidden. He's just Pitham now.
Now he's Pitham. Well, it literally is the one called Pitham. He doesn't call him Hidden Pitham anymore because he's not hidden. If the son of Splendid App truly lives, he must be subsumed to my will. And if not, I will ground the child into burnt embers. Once more he pushed at the gate of Hyperion, and with electrifying bursts of the purest dark energy, and this time he penetrated the infinity realm. So you know what's funny about this is like I wonder if Joe like deliberately just called him Pitham here because he's no longer hidden. And it's funny because if you scroll back all the way here to when we last left Pitham, Pitham went to explore them. This is on page 461. At which time he suddenly felt a frigid and alien presence, and we're left to see what Typhagim is doing with the dragons in the dream realm. But then he bursts through to the infinity realm, and that's the presence that Hidden Pitham felt. So he sensed the arrival of the great priest. That's what we call Typhagim. And I just want to like highlight this comment one more time because it's so funny.
It's so dense.
I know I agree. It's right. You know, it's
Rick McCallum was telling the future. Then he was talking about supernatural encounter.
So Typhagim goes after the son of Splendid App, Hidden Pitham, or Found Pitham at this point. And,
Found Pitham.
And I'm going to stop sharing the screen. Pitham makes a sacrifice to try and destroy Typhagim. He sensed the arrival of the great priest, and he knew the time had come. He placed a shielded sphere of his making around the old one, impenetrable to those outside of it, and difficult to escape for those inside. Typhagim felt the dome form around him, but remained focused. The son of Splendid App would be his. There's a link that forms between the two of them. But Pitham says, if you wish to be ruler of these worlds, you are welcome to them. Together in that moment, the Mind Matrix and the Cephalons, or Cephalons, pulled Hidden Pitham from that dimension, while willing Aperon and Typhagim with it out of existence. So they destroy infinities.
Oh, man.
But we learn later on, like, it comes back like exactly the same. Like, it can't just be so easily destroyed. There was like a backup copy saved on someone's like, external hard drive.
They copy and pasted it.
Yeah, they backed it up. The infinity world began to vanish.
It was on the cloud.
Typhagim manages to escape before it's destroyed, so he does not get destroyed. And then I had to look up the word oblation, even though I think I knew what it was. So it basically means like an offering to a god or whatever. But like I think in this sense, it's like the sacrifice. So Pitham sacrifices himself, and in doing so, it says the oblation of Pitham began as he poured out in agony his mimetic being, inseminating the silicon matrix of the galaxy with an epiphenomenally blah, I cannot read that word. Epiphenomenally emergent property that was his life force, so that when later designed into a frame with the capacity to communicate, it would supervene upon the physical substrate to bring forth robotic life in the form of what would become known as droid intelligence. In this way would the computronium that now pervades the worlds of the galaxy become fertile ground for life of its own accord. And so this goes back to the beginning of the book when we talk about when I think, Joe talks about the difference between sentience and sapience. Like he's basically created now sapience for droid life. Like they are life, essentially. Reminds me of that Star Trek episode, Alex, this one I'm talking about, Measure of a Man from TNG.
Talking about.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Great episode.
I love Star Trek.
Yeah,
Great episode.
Exactly. One does not simply destroy infinities. It cannot be so easily destroyed.
This has been an argument I've had with people forever. Is like droids in Star Wars are way more advanced, like in terms of like personalities than anything in Star Trek, of course. So like, yeah, exactly.
I mean, I've thought for years,
basically
even outside of this book.
Droid, right?
Yeah, I mean, and this explains why. Like they are infused with the they're inseminated with the intelligence of Hidden Pitham.
It's like from the remains of like Hidden Pitham, they're able to like.
That's why he's Hidden Pitham. He's hidden in droids.
He's hidden. Yeah, he goes from being Hidden Pitham to Found Pitham, and then
he's the hidden element in the droids. So it was that silicon-based sophons, no longer the sole rare provenance of the firstborn, were now embedded into the great energy field produced by the wills and their interaction with the midichlorians, causing the crystals and gems of the galaxy to become imbued with the potential for not only sentience, but sapience. Maybe that's how the Sills, actually, maybe not. Maybe that they already had force sensitivity, but like that's how they get their like force sensitivity. And then we find out what happens to like the remainder of like Pitham's shards.
It also says, going off the crystals and stuff being imbued with like those properties of sentience and sapience. It's like not only were certain crystals imbued with properties such as the violet starstones and many used in lightsaber construction. So it that explains why like Jedi can feel the lightsaber crystals in the Force, because they're partially living.
That's right.
They have some
That's brilliant.
They have some sort of like sentience within them. That's how the Jedi that can connect with their lightsaber crystals and stuff.
And potentially sapience within them.
Yeah,
I wonder if that connects to Skippy the Jedi droid at all.
Oh, good lord!
Well,
maybe we've brought it all the way back around.
Being the maximalist that I am, I've always held that Skippy the Jedi droid, although I know it's not canon to the EU or whatever, I've always held that it could work within canon just fine. Doesn't
you
really
know what? I
contradict
want it
anything.
in canon.
It's just ridiculous. It doesn't contradict anything really. It's just ridiculous.
But it's also like how like Jedi like form bonds with their crystals and stuff, and they have like it's like an extension of themselves and everything. And then like you have the Sith who just make these things. They make artificial ones that aren't that don't have these qualities, that they just
they're anti-life.
That's really interesting.
Exactly.
I've never thought about it that way.
Yes, Skippy is mentioned. We're contractually obligated to mention Skippy every stream. Actually, let's do that from now on. We're gonna work him into every single stream. And then we found out that smaller fragments of Hidden Pitham became. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
Oh no, sorry. I didn't know if I could still be heard.
Yeah, you can be heard.
I just wanted to mention, like, with the whole sentience and sapience thing, I thought Star Wars has pretty much already kind of made it clear that droids are people too. It's just that no one's gonna ever do anything about it, and that's why that's why it even mentions in the book mind wipes. It's kind of like this habitual way of making them not be sentient, because whenever they get sentient enough, they get mind wiped. So it's kind of been this horrible thing in Star Wars.
Yeah, it's terrible. Mind wipe. Well, you're breaking up. Robot Alex. Yep. Robot Alex has gained sapience, though, so it's okay.
I knew it.
Yeah.
It's it partially explains why R2 is such a personality. He's never been wiped. He's never had that has had his memory wiped, and R2 is just he's a character all in himself.
It really makes. I was gonna say, it really makes the concept of memory wipes like that much more insidious. It's basically it's like you're brain damaging someone, right?
And like Bail Organa was so like chill about it at the end of Revenge of the Sith. He's like, oh yeah, have the droids mind wipe, and I'm like, now I look at him like, wow,
Bail Organa, you scumbag.
You deserve to get blown up 20 years later with
Jimmy
the whole.
Smits is amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah. But then we find out like some of them become the crown jewels of Alderaan, some of Hidden Pitham.
I would also, before we like human replica droids, like they're basically they're basically people, it's just internally they're different,
Alex left us.
And there's actually a New Jedi Order short story where
yes, me too.
New Jedi Order like short story where Jaina like goes and like shuts down this like human replica droid factory, and like she gets into like a debate about like sentience and droids and stuff with the head of the facility, who is coincidentally Dash Rendar's brother, which is really cool.
And they mentioned Emissary of the Void.
No, this is a different one. It's I think it's called Or Die Trying. It's a New Jedi Order short story.
Good to see you, Brady.
It's really cool. And then like, Jaina's like, she mentions, she's like, I see these are people. Like, they're like, how would you like you don't treat them any different like this? And Jaina's like, no, I wouldn't treat them any different. They're just, like they talk about Guri, like Guri's like, she's just like a normal like human woman to everyone else. And internally, just because she might be built different, like not of flesh and blood, doesn't mean it diminishes her as like a person,
Right.
And but then she opposes that, like, you're using these human replica droids for nefarious purposes, like and assigning them to assassination and tyranny and things like that. So it was a really good short story. It was really, really cool, and it's definitely an allegory for certain things in modern day stuff. So
Food for thought.
Definitely.
I was thinking, I was also thinking of like Nico Smar from, Children of the Jedi, but like he's an android in that book, and like the entire time they grapple with like, is this the real Nikos? Like, did his consciousness transfer over? And I think we get a pretty definitive answer at the end of the book, but like, it's a really interesting concept. It's like, because he by the end of the book, like you could see that he almost like develops, like he has like feelings, right? Like even though he's an android, like he feels, and it's just like this just really fascinating concept, because I mean, like, to the extent that we ever develop AI that surpasses human intelligence, or at least matches it in our own world, it's like, how do we legislate, how do we treat these for all intents and purposes individuals, right? And so it's just hopefully nothing that I ever see in my lifetime, because I don't want to have to live with those moral quandaries. But I mean, like, if it's coming if it's not already here. So yeah, and then just to wrap it up, like, we see, like, crown jewels of Alderaan are part of Hidden Pitham. Like, parts of him survive. Like, part of him like gets taken by the Dark Strider. Part of him was taken to there were twin codices. One codex was found and taken to Gentawui, where it helps steer the Sith culture away from its darker elements. And then many of these would later interact with the galaxy directly through droid shells, as interest in crystal-based technology increased exponentially once this new useful multi-purpose form of life was engineered and shown to make the lives of many easier and less lonely. So, like, I think this is like probably a reference to shards and stuff like that. It's like, are they now related to Hidden Pitham? I think that's probably the case. And then we, on page 470, I'm just going to share screen again. We get the reference.
Ooh, there's good stuff here
for Mekudaru.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of really cool things in here.
References? Yeah, I know. I'm going to share screen. And we are slowly approaching the end. Any of my guests need to drop off, please feel free to, because I know we've been going for a while, but we're going up to end of page 478. So so we have the Mekudaru Mortis. Maybe Al, because I haven't really heard you read anything. Can you read maybe the first one for us?
Mekudaru Mortis, a variation of Kimpfram and Itsu Ashmud, the spell that would transfer one spirit into a computer or technological device. This is akin to the Cathal Lifewell, the Siruvi Intechment, or Callista Ming's transferal into the Eye of Palpatine.
Love it.
Nice.
And then Max, can you read the next one? Yeah, that was great.
There's Mekudaru Anime, similar to Mekudaru Mortis. This is the transference of a spirit into a droid body. It is akin to the forging of the Xylan Centurions and the Metatrons of the Silentium.
And so basically, just before we read the next, I want to like go back a bit and just explain. This is like the Sith, basically. Mekudaru means command machine, but it became a specialty amongst certain classes of Sith, allowing them to manipulate technology and machines by means of the Force. Developments of the craft brought about the following techniques that even non-Sith came to use, like Callista, for instance, or the Xylan Centurions. And then, Alex, are you able to see the screen? I don't know if you are or not.
I can see it. It's a little small.
Do you want to read Mekudaru Holocra? That's the middle one.
Sure. originally developed by the Canto of Quasti, or Quasti, to send a portion of his spirit into a crystalline matrix embedded within a mask. This variant was perfected by the Sith in their perversion of Quoth holocron technology.
And then, Ken, can you read Mekuderu Manus?
Mekudura Manus. This involves the animation of machines, as demonstrated by the Mad Jedi Kazdan Paratus when he created his
Ooh.
drunk golems. That's a nice reforce. I love that.
That's
Force
so good.
Unleashed. Oh,
That's a
Kazdan
great boss
Paratus, yeah.
the
And
crazy.
then, of course,
thing.
the
Love that
last one,
reference.
Mekuderu Vitae, the use of nanogene spores to kill and convert carbon-based tissue, by which Belia Darzu created the Metanecron, or Techno Beasts, during the
Yes.
New Sith Wars.
I'm waiting for Al to make his beast.
Yeah.
And we see
Beast
those
Wars
in the
reference.
Bane trilogy.
Yes.
We do.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. I remember I was reading this in the break room at work. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, oh goodness.
I
Love
too
it.
enjoyed it.
This is good stuff.
There was some lore here about the android Zygon that kind of like flew right over my head, but I think we come back to him because there's like this rebellion that Oniak gets him to took on the mantle of cybernetic leader and supreme brain, but Oniak basically influences Zygon. I almost wonder
I
if
think
is a
this
reference
comes
to
back.
something. Yeah, it definitely does, but I wonder if Zygon's a reference because he gets him to instigate a rebellion, essentially.
Oh.
Zygon.
Hmm.
Well, of course, yeah, there's the Doctor Who reference, but that's not what I think it's. Anyways, we'll come back to it, but there's this reference to the Nexus Rebellion. It says, when the android Zygon escaped the corporation that manufactured him on Terra 1, he visited the automated planet where Oniak shared his concerns about the plight of droids. It was not long afterwards that Zygon inaugurated the Nexus Rebellion in the Borgodon sector, where countless droids came to serve him in his war against organics. I was like, this is like an iRobot reference, but I don't think it is. I don't know.
Kind
Is
of
this-
does. You mentioned
this-
Nexus. I'm thinking of Replicants from Blade Runner, but
Is this Marvel Comics? There's one of the UK exclusive issues is about the droid world. I think.
yeah. I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what it's called though, but I know what you're talking about, Al.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I skimmed. I didn't really read that one.
Hello,
Thanks for
welcome.
joining.
Oh,
Al,
hey, what's up?
Hey.
Take care,
No.
Dr. Crater. We got Alex in the flesh. Yeah, I don't know what that. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for being here, Dr. Crater. Always appreciated. This part was kind of sad. If anyone wants to read this part, I'm going to throw it up. I'm going to share screen again.
I'll read it
But
if you want.
Sure, Ken.
Which where am I starting?
I'm down to
The
do it too.
sacrifice. I got something for you, Alex. I got something for you coming up. The sacrifice of Hidden Pitham.
The sacrifice of Hidden Pitham went largely unknown in the galaxy. The younger Gree claimed it was they who first engendered artificial intelligences, and they were not alone in this. Even the Jern Imperium boasted an Eternity Crystal as the pinnacle of their scientific achievements. It was one of the galaxy's finest works of art, but the fable that it could roll back time, which they invented to scare off aggressors who might think to conquer their great civilization, proved to be their undoing.
Ronyards.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
So Pitham, does this whole sacrifice, and
Nobody knows. I know,
Nobody
it's
knows.
so sad.
Nobody
It's so
knows
sad.
the trouble I've seen.
Poor guy.
Poor Typho Joe.
On page 472 and 473, there is a reference to what I believe to be a dual reference right in here to also this is called chapter 49, Behold the Queen of Air and Darkness, which I love. And then Lost in Time and Space is the subchapter heading. But this reference over here, I believe, is a reference to so we talk about the flat, black, non-reflective, rectangular, solid monolith that imparts intelligence on a tribe of hominids. That sounds to me like 2001 Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
Where there's the black monoliths
Yeah.
that the apes here. 2001 Space Odyssey. And then I think there's
I
a
know what you're
dual
talking about.
reference here. I was going to throw up a picture just for the stream's sake. 2001 Space Odyssey.
No, I don't even remember the movie that well, but I know in I think Willy Wonka or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, they have a shot of that in there. That's where
Do
I
they?
remember it from. I think
That's so crazy.
Well, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like a chocolate bar.
Yeah.
And then,
That's what I remember it from.
Yeah, see, there's the monolith
Oh,
with the
wow.
apes surrounding it. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, wow.
I never
Okay.
even I never realized that about Willy Wonka.
Yeah, and it's like the chocolate bar that comes in. That's
Is that
funny.
the big chocolate bar when they're doing the TV thing?
Yeah, yeah.
I knew it was a reference to something else, but that's like what I grew up with. Was
Yeah.
That's so funny.
That's our
I
second
didn't
Willy
even
Wonka
think of
reference
that
since
before
we've
you
been doing these
mentioned
streams.
Yeah, we had the Vermicious Canids previously.
Oh,
Um,
man.
Alex, do you have your book handy, or can you read the screen? Can you read this
I can
part
read the
as we have
screen.
seen? Yeah. Okay.
As we've just
You're gonna have
what's
to go right to the end of the paragraph on the second page. So
okay. As we have seen play out time and time again, the slaves turned against their masters. Taking advantage of an international conflict, they won freedom and over time became the dominant race as the humans were reduced to surviving stragglers. Curiously, the sapient apes followed their former master's path of war and exploitation. There are various permutations of this as I rewound time, undoing even their destruction of the world to see how events might play out differently. The results proved quite stimulating. In one scenario, which I allowed to continue on its own world, all of the faunae,
sorry.
yeah,
The
it became
diphthong.
sapient.
Yeah. So you know what that's a reference to? Does anyone know?
No.
Planet of the Apes.
Okay, I was thinking
Oh.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't know.
And the
No,
cool
like-
thing about it is as I rewound time, undoing their destruction of the world to see how events might play out differently. That's how we get maybe references to different timelines in Planet of the Apes, because the newer movies are a different timeline than the older movies.
Oh,
That's
True.
awesome.
Yeah. Curiously, the sapient apes followed their former master's path of war and exploitation, as we see very clearly in really both timelines of Planet of the Apes. But
Yeah.
taking advantage of the international conflict, they won freedom over time and became the dominant race as the humans were reduced to surviving stragglers.
And ignoring Tim Burton's one because
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. No, that's that. No, we don't talk about that.
I just want to add, because I know people will do it. You know, you could easily take that as something that's actually happening in Star Wars if you like to do that, but it also could just be something very, very similar to that without actually being that. There's a lot of things in Star Wars that are like something else but aren't meant to actually be that thing. So if you
100%.
want to take it that way, you
absolutely.
have to read it that way if you want it to be that way. But that's not necessarily what the book is saying.
Yeah.
So
I
all
know
the
a
detractors.
person. I know a person who likes to kind of trash on a lot of the like connections that you can take, if you want, from this book, and likes to kind of take it at face value and be like, oh, it connects to this, it's stupid, or you know, I'm like, but you don't have to take it that way.
Yeah.
You know?
Also,
You don't have-
I guarantee that person has not read
No, they haven't.
a single page on this book, because
That's what I'm saying. They haven't. I'm like, hey, like, you know, you
Because
don't have to take it like that. You don't have to whatsoever.
you know what I thought was stupid when I first heard about it?
What?
The Legacy comics. And then I read them and I thought it was an amazing idea.
Yeah.
I thought it worked so well. So there's a difference between hearing something in a vacuum and actually experiencing it for yourself and engaging with the text and seeing how well it works.
Exactly.
Yep.
So
Like on the RPGs, there's a
Read it for
species
yourself.
who's very similar to the Klingons. You could see them as literally Klingons under a new name, or just their own thing.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I just think it's just kind of like a lack of imagination when you don't at least engage and sort of see where the text takes you. And if you still don't like it, you still don't like it. That's
Exactly.
life,
You don't
right?
have to take
Not
it.
everything's for everybody, so
Exactly.
that's understandable.
And the book leaves
don't
it in the gray area.
Yeah, just I think just don't yuck someone else's yum. I think
There you go.
it comes down to that. It's that
Don't
simple.
steal someone else's chubby.
Exactly. There's one part that I thought was hilarious, and I had to look this up because it's an actual reference to something. Splendid App is like an entirely different test in Dynatron City allowed me to examine the role of augmentation drugs to create I think he was going to say superheroes. And Talotny's like, never mind all that. Snap Talotny. She said, like, shuts him down. So Dynatron City is it's
from Super Mario Brothers movie?
No, Defenders of Dynatron City is a video game released for the NES by JVC Musical Industries and Lucasfilm Games in August 1992. But basically, it was supported by a short-lived media franchise consisting of an animated TV pilot and 6-issue comic book series. The game centers on a team of superheroes who protect a futuristic metropolis from Dr. Mayhem and his robotic henchmen.
No.
So I gotta like pull up a picture, but it's like Splendid App was creating superheroes, and then she's just like,
"Shut up,
you shut up, and get back to work." Here, it might be a bit small, this picture, but I'm gonna share it anyways. You get the idea. Superhero team. There's like a dog even. I think that's like a blue monkey. I don't know.
I thought that was Thomas the Tank Engine on a body.
The Legacy comic,
Legacy
I mean,
comics are fantastic.
They're
Those
great.
are so good.
Also, just huge shout out to John Ostrander, the very first Star Wars creative that I ever met in person, and then probably one of the nicest. I mean, every single Star Wars creative that I've met in person has been incredibly nice, but like he was the first, and just so nice and so humble. Just given the fact that he created like Republic Comics and Legacy, and I don't know, his legacy is
One of the
cannot be
architects.
understated. Yeah, he is an architect for sure.
He has a cameo in the 1982 Supergirl series.
Really?
Yeah, the whoever wrote that, I think Paul Kupperberg included a character, Johnny Ostrander. So
that's crazy. Also, this I didn't know. I don't know that I needed to know it, but now that I know it, I can't unknow it, and I have to like do a deep dive.
Oh, I'm about to bring something else up.
All right, go bring it up.
Well, he said Thomas the Tank Engine has its own lore, but does Paw Patrol have its own lore?
Oh no!
Of course it does. It's a part of the expanded universe.
Unfortunately, Max had to leave. She was taken by the Eldritch gods.
You can just look at the name. The name.
Paw Patrol, and I see that's right.
Paw Patrol.
I didn't see that. Paw Patrol has its own lore.
I think you got to change your name to Magneto Alphaquan. So you're not just because we have Al who's Alphaquan, but you're Magneto Alphaquan. You're like his evolved form.
His final form.
His final form. I don't know about that.
Pokemon evolution.
I think Matt Wilkins is the final form.
Is he?
Shout out to Matt. Yeah.
Well, Christopher
I said Matt. You're like a younger version of Matt Wilkins. So.
Oh, that's so true.
Yeah. Human tendency to develop aesthetic parallels. I have a note here on page 473. So it's like humans, despite the fact that they're so far away from Earth, they keep developing these like aesthetic parallels to like their home planet Earth, which is, and we see that in a lot of like sci-fi and fantasy series. It's like well, we're humans, so we're drawing on our own collective experience and that kind of thing. But there's like a reason for it, and it's kind of stated in Supernatural Encounters. But the text is very clear that humans are not monocultural. They're very diverse.
That's for sure.
And then,
but they always can have things similar too.
Here, wait a second. Here we go. Audrey loved railroads so much that he gave the island of Sodor all this rich backstory and detail. Actually, I think I knew about this, but I deliberately forgot about it. It's all coming back.
That show scares me. So I
Even
know.
though they're
I missed
yeah,
the
he took
tank
them very
engine?
seriously, Tolkien,
Terrifying.
but for
Yeah, the
trains
old
instead of language.
the old episodes would just be like a barren land, and it's just the trains running around everywhere.
I don't. Maybe it's like Blaine the Mono from Stephen King's The Dark Tower, but like the idea of like trains with human faces really just creeps me out.
It's terrifying. It is terrifying.
In a barren landscape.
It literally
My
is.
And
My
then the
first
fascist
exposure to
state
horror
of Paw
that was
Patrol.
like the scariest thing in the universe when I was 3, maybe 4, was
Hello.
Thomas the Tank Engine
Hey,
Brennan.
Ghost.
Oh.
Hey, what's up?
That's right.
Yeah, mine's dark. I don't got good lighting. Other than
My
that,
face is just
That's
my
okay.
lighting was
Yeah, actually, it isn't anymore. It hasn't been for the entire stream, but it wasn't the
yeah, I
beginning.
know. He's like, my face is water. I'm like, well,
In my heart, your face is Waru. But what I will say is, I already know what you look like because I met you in person, Ken.
Yeah.
Trill. So
Yeah.
I just project your
Yeah, mentally project.
yeah. Alex and I met you at the con.
You did maybe.
I thought there was something on the Technocrats of Besh part. I thought was a little hard for me to grasp. I didn't really a lot of it kind of didn't really resonate with me. It's like the last, maybe it's because I was just the Azurans and stuff like that. But there was one thing I made note of, and it's this part. Here, the Elium Alterans had continued to colonize various worlds, such as that of Frigid Arcania, where they joined forces with a clan of Sephi Pathfinders to drive off a hostile Sobek settlement. Because the lizards are back again. Their marriages to the Pathfinders gave rise to the Arcanian race. So I just love how the Arcanians are like half elves. They're half elven.
yeah.
I know
The
Sephi
damn
aren't
lizard
necessarily
people,
elves, but
they just,
We'll keep going back.
the lizard people always just come back, like when you least expect them to, or when you least want them to.
that's amazing. Harry sent this to me actually just now, so I can share it with anyone who's interested.
Sure.
Yeah, I did. We're doing a deep dive now, but I doubt Paw Patrol. I doubt Paw Patrol has any comprehensible lore. So
it's the deeper than Supernatural Encounters, obviously.
I did have some notes here. I think specifically this had kind of stood out to me. This paragraph over here, discovering the existence of the Polydroxel who dwelt on that world. The Azurans mimicked the mimics, taking on not only their forms but their traits of those they imitated. As the Polydroxel were secretly preparing to massacre the Alterans, so did the Azurans learn violence and treachery. Sucks how that works. In Polydroxel form, they entered their strange molten cities and began an onslaught of precision violence that nigh wiped out every last member of that race. The few that escaped resettled on Civetta, a world chosen because its atmosphere was toxic to most sapient life forms. And there they remain, their churning alien minds scheming for their day of vengeance. I love that last part. I was just like, oh man, there's a story there. There is a story. Someone's going to stumble on those dudes if they haven't already. And there's going to be some problems.
Literally, like, it's perfect because Crucible is the perfect send-off.
No, you know what? Yeah. Sorry, Alex. Yeah, I cut you off.
No, you're
but
good.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say because Crucible ends with like needing to find the Mortis dagger because Abeloth is still doing stuff. So you have all these Jedi going off to look for that, so you could have spawn a bunch of different adventures that happen because they're trying to look for one thing, but they get involved with something else. So that could be something that they just randomly come across.
For sure.
You know? So many possibilities there.
For sure. I agree with you completely. And like I'm already inspired to at least write one SE adjacent fanfic based on some of the Earthworld stuff. But I just want to say, like, yes, we are laughing just a bit tongue in cheek because it's Thomas Tank Engine, but like that's not to denigrate the work. Like I am told by not only my daughter but others that like My Little Pony has like a deep, rich lore to it.
It does.
And so just because of the the childish medium of something doesn't mean that it can't have, I think, like a very robust background and timeline and lore and all that kind of stuff.
Or one
is
more.
Almost certainly
is a bunch of
is
trains,
almost certainly better than like all of Batman comics combined.
Well,
they're all just terrible. I know. I've read them.
It's
also,
go ahead.
But no, I was like going off the lore on certain like just random franchises and things like Legos. Like there's certain Lego themes that have wicked deep lore surrounding them, like specifically the older ones. It's just I've there's so many videos on it, like hour-long videos. It's just like explaining the lore of these Lego themes and like the characters that are interconnected with it. It's really cool.
Yeah.
So,
Or for one that was more of my time and Maxine's time. I mean, I guess My Little Pony was too, but it wasn't my thing. But like Adventure Time, stupid show, but it's
Yeah.
actually one of the deepest shows out there when you actually look at it in terms of lore and everything that goes on in there.
For sure.
So,
we have, I think, I want to say 3 pages left, but there's some really interesting stuff on these 3 pages with the architects.
Right.
Well, minus
with some really cool like headings, like
minus Horless, but this part, exactly. John Delancey plays one of the antagonists in Friendship is Magic, My Little Pony. Well, we're having a side conversation here, Alex. Okay, but this is Cold Dan Sign says, deluded, arrogant, and avaricious fools. Sign added sardonically, you could have made them worship you as a matter of instinct, from merely gazing upon you. You could have made the galaxy bow before you. When she did not respond, he continued, and yet, if you'd wanted the blind submissions of automatons, you could have fashioned your own puppets. You wanted something else. And then Splendid Apps like she sought love. That's devastating. That just made me feel for Talatne. Yeah.
This whole section's great.
Yeah. Here, can someone do the role of Cold Dan Sign? Alex, you want to take Cold Dan Sign?
Sure.
And Max, you can take Talatne. And then Splendid Al, can you take Splendid App? And then maybe Kenneth, we will get you. Can you read the non-dialogue parts, like sign, reasoned, and that kind of stuff? Talatne stare at the stars. We're going to start over here. The humans are not without. Yeah.
The humans are not without redeeming qualities. Else we will not have employed them in the first place.
Ken,
where are we?
At the bottom of 476.
47. Okay.
You just have to say sign reasoned.
Okay. Sign reasoned.
Yet for all our power, we could not fix them. Ken.
That's you, Ken.
I'm still trying to find where we are.
At the 476.
Do you want me to just do it? I can do it.
Sure.
Okay. I'll read the line.
Let's start it. Let's do it. Let's start at the top so we get a clear narrative here. Alex, you can just read your entire line.
Okay. The humans are not without redeeming qualities, else we will not have employed them in the first place. Sign reasoned.
Yet for all our power, we could not fix them. Talatne stared out at the stars, crestfallen, her voluminous hair cascading wildly around her.
I can do it. Okay, no, I know where we are. Okay, cool. The sign turned to face her.
I told you once long ago, we are not gods.
Then what are we?
If I may.
Splendid App started. His colors now shifted, darkening to red before breaking into a spectrum of colors.
We are the architects, lost in our grand designs, caught between states of morality, amorality, and immorality.
If that is so, how are we any better than the humans?
Sign.
Sign.
Oh, you're good.
But this time,
no one had an answer.
I love it. I love that.
No,
that entire exchange was fantastic, by the way. I had so much not just like the actual dialogue itself, which is brilliant, but like you guys delivering it. Oh man. That was so good.
Just wait till we got another one.
Yeah, we're gonna get another one of these. Like, let's do it.
So yeah, there's a lot. But I did want to say at the end of kind of flipping ahead here, it remains to be seen if they have been permanently vanquished. He's talking about the elder powers. App noted. Is that voice from imitating the architect from the Matrix? I think that's. I think you might be asking you, Al.
No, that's supposed to be Soundwave. I was like, who's like emotionless? Soundwave. Yeah, of
That's
course.
fair.
Yeah.
He says, or if you've destroyed, were but incarnations of another kind. So he's not. He's like apt no, or he intuits probably correctly that like the elder gods, the immortal gods of the Sith are still around. For there is greater malleability in these dimensions for those of us with power. In any case, let me see if I understand you correctly. You were telling us the arrogation that you so desperately sought in the end proved a paltry and stale thing, the cruel sacrifice of peace, life, and joy, not but a dream of encroachment, an imbuing purity for otiose adulation. And Talani's like, yes. She's like, yeah, it was all, basically for nothing. But I don't think it was, because she learned something, right? Like she learned the value, I think, of or I guess the hollowness, the meaninglessness of trying to rule everything, right?
Kind of like Ecclesiastes in the Bible, where the king tried to do everything that he could possibly do. The whole book is basically this atheistic tale, but with the God message at the end, because he tries to live his entire life opposed from God, and Tilotny is trying to live her entire life opposed from the Celestials. And in Ecclesiastes, he's like, well, let me rule and have sex with all the women I want and make all this art and stuff and just do everything that humans think makes them happy and see if I can do that without God and feel satisfied. No matter what he did, he still ended up, he'd be like, I did this. I did more than most humans have ever done in their entire life, and I still feel empty. So it's kind of the same kind of vibe I got with Tilotny when she talked about that and her humility and actually realizing that she has made a huge mistake.
I know. I think that's a really great analogy, actually. This part I thought was really, really good. Really good. Probably my second favorite after the Hidden Pitham stuff. But
do you want to read this again?
I kind of do. I know it's late, but I just indulge me. If we can start with it is no longer as simple as that. So, and then Ken can read the middle parts again, if you don't mind, Ken. It's on page 477 in the middle of the page. It is no longer as simple as that.
Okay.
Okay.
Someone can read Talani's.
Yeah. So same roles.
Yeah. It is no longer as simple as that.
Talani said flatly. Sign charged.
The time for riddles is at an end. What do you mean?
We cannot fix it. You said it yourself. We are not gods, nor have we even the wisdom of the Celestials. For these reasons, I will not declare mastery of the universe.
There was a moment of stunned silence from her siblings before Sign bellowed.
Mercurial and tormenting Tilotny, can you not see that in vain has all this been?
His mouth made a dreadful scowl. His eyes burned red.
You seek to blame me,
she returned, though with more sadness than resentment.
And so perhaps you should, for it was I who first embarked us upon this path. And then Splendid.
Yeah. And you had not first begun these endeavors, nor enticed us with the promises of fantasy, the eldritch powers may have never come to be.
Splendid App said bluntly.
Not so.
Contracted Sign.
They would have come regardless of our enterprise. I had at one time thought us to be the most dreadful creatures in this dimension. Yet those who went forth were far more dreadful than we, even more dreadful than those we brought through the darkest veils out from the womb of chaos.
At least in defeating them,
Tilotny replied,
I did some good for this realm.
In this, you have always vexed me.
Sign reproached.
Your intentions aside, too often have you expressed certainty at things of which you know little.
I watched as they devoured one another.
She returned.
And so that's when we get to the part that I read earlier about Splendid App saying, I don't think they're actually really gone.
No one's ever really gone, Mark.
No one's ever really gone. Yeah.
God's return.
And then I want just to cap off the stream, and I'll read this last paragraph over here, but if the rest of you, whoever, can we just this none of this matters now, if you can take it from there on page 478.
Sure.
Alex?
None of that matters now.
And
I am looking.
Sign droned melancholically. I'll help you out.
Okay, well, I gotta find it.
That which is blemished cannot be
There it is. There it is. Sign droned melancholically.
That which is blemished cannot be unblemished. It must be shattered and started anew. Long had I watched as the corrupted races, inoculated in the ideology of superiority, fostered wars they went on desolating and destroying. At times I'd even acted against them if it struck my mood. Now, in revulsion, I turn away from the horror I helped wreck and will no longer abide. I have grown wary of degradation and chaos, and even of my beloved siblings. It is best that we depart from one another's presence, for in my bitterness and grief, I would see all the worlds turn asunder.
So be it.
Talatni said sorrowfully.
There's nothing left for me in this realm. I fear we will never see one another again.
I surmise that is a small price to pay for which we have done, but it is a price no less that we each will suffer.
Concluded App.
So at this point, and it's like the saddest part of the book so far for me, and I don't mean like book 5, I mean like the book. Maybe actually,
wait till you just wait, Marcel. Wait till you get to.
Talatni dipped her head. Talatni dipped her head in parting and vanquished. Splendid App made a kind of sigh and followed. Shuddering himself away in the spectral isolation of his rhymy sphere, cold Dandasign could only laugh as he pondered bringing forth another offspring, one that might devour the very fabric of time and space. But his laughter was mixed with mourning, and so great was the echo of his mad cachinnation that it chilled the Aphelian inhabitants of Ilithurian and rang out to the galaxy beyond. And so, yeah, I mean, there you go. The fellowship is broken. They, after this discussion that they have of really everything that they've done so far and how they've brought, humans into the world and how they've destroyed the immortal gods of the galaxy, and how they destroyed the immortal gods of the Sith, but, well, not really, because they're probably still around, as aptly points out. Yeah, sorry, I'm like Mungal now, like making fun of it. Mongo. But now that they've decided we're going to go our separate ways, and I don't know why I've just grown so attached to this group of characters being together, and now that it really hit me harder than I thought it would, for a bunch of like fictional celestial godlike characters that I think for all intents and purposes aren't really like good guys, but they're just good enough to be not bad guys either. And so I just felt for
they're antagonists because they
the
were kind of
broke
confused
up.
when they came into existence. They were confused, and I think Talatni started out trying to do the right thing, and that became arrogance, kind of like the dark side in her wanting to rule everything. And then she kind of succeeded in doing a lot of that and realized she felt nothing doing it and realized the wrong path she had taken. And everyone else kind of sort of realizes that too, no matter how much they may agree with her that all of it was wrong or not. They all kind of agree we could have gone about it better, And so the idea that, they're stronger together than apart, and when they're apart, they get more crazy. But it is sad that they've kind of come to the conclusion that they should just not be around each other anymore.
Yeah.
But it was so sad.
Yeah, what's interesting about this? Sorry, Max, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just saying I love them together, so it's like it's so sad to see them split up.
Yeah.
The Beatles are broken up.
I know. What's interesting about this is that we started off this stream, which we've gone longer by like an hour than any other stream, but there was a lot, and we're going to be done in like 2 minutes. Is that we started off the stream with like the realization, or like it was pointed out that Talatni didn't do anything, right? Like she had vanquished the immortal gods of the Sith and technically could have taken over, but she didn't take grasp and rule Sky River Galaxy as they all expected her to. And this is like now the end of chapter 49. 4 chapters later, we get really this discussion that reflects that, why that occurred. And so it's like, they reflect on the fact that it was like, well, was it all for nothing? And she's like, yeah, I guess so, because I don't want that anymore.
Yeah.
And so they all decide to go their separate ways. And much like we are now going to all go our separate ways and hopefully to bed because it's super late for those of us in the Eastern Standard Time zones. And
You gotta
you know,
stop sharing your screen.
but yeah, fair enough. I will stop sharing. Yeah, I know I'm going to start tearing up. But you know what? In the last couple of minutes, maybe if we can all take like 15 to 30 seconds each and say our final thoughts on this on these chapters that we've spoken about today. We'll start with Alex, go to Max, we'll then go to Al, Ken, and then me.
Yeah. Well, I kind of skimmed it this time around. I did read all of it the first time, but I just didn't have time today. But the stuff that I did read, which is primarily what I kind of stuck around for, which is kind of worked out because of what we talked about today, is what I did read. So, but I think this section of the book is a lot better to me than the third and fourth were. I think the first, second, and fifth are kind of where I was most engaged, along with book 6, but we'll get there. But overall, I love seeing the interactions between these beings, as it were. And there's a lot of interesting other facts that were just throughout this whole stream and in those sections of the book. But I think the meat and potatoes of this whole book, the real thing that kind of shines through that Joe worked on, was these characters and kind of fleshing them out and making them, you know, no pun intended, but like fourth dimensional, you know, in a sense, you know, making them feel, you know, like real people, you know, even though they're not people, they're so much more. But making them relatable. And yeah, so that's what I took away from this.
Yeah, so these chapters were such a blast to read, and you know, book 5 so far has been my favorite, and you know, it's only gonna get even better from here. And I know I say that every stream, but it's true. It only gets better. And, you know, I was super energetic on the stream about so many of the things we talked about because there was just so many cool little things in there, cool little references. And, you know, and we leave on kind of a little bit of a heartbreaking note, you know, where our main core group splits up. But, you know, it's not the last we see of them. And it's, you know, it's only going to get even crazier and more fun. Later down the line in book 5. But so far, book 5 has been absolutely a blast to cover.
So this week's been a little bit of a nightmare, and when I finally got around to reading this section for the week, I was really confused. However, as always, like clockwork, I come in here and I gain a whole new appreciation for the book as a whole, and I actually understand what's going on now in retrospect. But between the Sith Lord and the nurse section, and then this final breaking up of the Beatles with the Splendid AP, he's going to go off to do a solo career where he releases a song that's only 6 words long. It's a great time, and can't wait to see it to talk about the next section next week.
All right, so I just love how Joe is able to weave these different like plot threads together, and it just keeps getting bigger book to book. Like you got the lore stuff, the conflicts, then you got the architects and their story, and then you've got more intimate moments like with the Sith and his wife and their kingdom, and just all it works. It just all works. The way Joe writes everything, it weaves together like one big tapestry, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and it's only going to get bigger from here. So.
Yeah.
Excellent book so far.
A tapestry of terrible beauty and madness.
Yep.
Indeed.
I have really nothing to add beyond what all of you have said. I think you've really captured it the most. The one thing I will say is that we've been talking for 4 hours and 17 minutes and 30 seconds, and it does not feel like we've been talking for that long. And I think that's probably a reflection of all the fun that I've been having discussing this with you. So I think, on that note, we will end it. Thank you to people who have watched or tuned in at any point. This is the longest stream I've ever been on, and I just want to thank everybody again in the comments and all, as well as my co-hosts, and we'll get our chewbies out of here. Until next time.
All right. Peace.